Very good. Welcome everyone. Good morning. Namaste. Swagatam. Namaskar. A very blissful morning to Sonatu. Very happy to see all these faces of you. Thank you so much for coming here. It is a very delightful moment for us. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Maharashtra Housing India 2024. Elets Housing and Influence Support. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow, all you prepare to resonate with the sound of drum. First, we need to start from when we said in Maharashtra, sensitivity, connection towards our culture and that matter is very lively and a rising city. And I just have this festival was very important for all the families that they come together to welcome and help people that have the connection into our home, filling them with blessings and trust. Well, and back home, happy Felicitation is one of many laws that bring prosperity, happiness, and knowledge to each of us. So let's move to this context of all of us coming together today. Housing and infrastructure summit organized by National Housing and Area Development in association with we're going to discuss uniting global officials, policymakers, industry experts, leaders, housing industry, and other government sectors come together. So this summit huge for 6 September 2024 as Mumbai, bringing a platform for discussing recent development in housing sector and for infrastructure. We went to showcase our initiatives that have transformed life, longer lifestyle, and example of how that's matter to the city with excitement, discussion, industry presentation. And not wanting it like things, attendees are giving comprehensive insight presentations. From cutting-edge affordable housing solutions to innovative approaches towards advancing in capital. Latest development in the housing sector, sustainable practices, shaping highlight of the summit will be launched special souvenir dedicated to Ara, commencing movements and work. That's a job. That is, have a look at Maharashtra Housing Interior Territory. Taking Maharashtra towards better future housing sector. Maharashtra Housing and Public Authority Mara established in 1977, the most popular organization. Shares a very curious history. But the basic objective was housing for industrial and the last section of this discussion. Last section. Mara has provided affordable housing in nearly in black housing family was famous. It's private for one hour. And these words are absent many aspects housing Mara has always been Mara is recognized coordinated seven regional housing boards. Mumbai, Open, Pune, Nashik, Nagpur, Amravati, Aurangabad, and few more special boards. Military building repairs along with new construction boards are independent boards that need active Mumbai work, especially Mumbai slum improvement program, which is really responsible for implementing the slum improvement program that the state government Greater Mumbai region. In that matter, we have Elets technology running hands with Mara today, and it gets banking, and then sectors, work with countries, issues, and marriage feelings over industry innovators and industry leaders linked to millions of European Innovation Countries, World Education Summit, India, and providing trust. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we welcome you on that front. And as you know, let's move ahead with this great discussions book. Where we warmly welcome you and we're delighted that all we do is connect our different like to messages of context with important information. And remember, it definitely signifies the of the knowledge, wisdom, and prosperity to our life. Towards the success, peace, and most of us without like I will immediately one by one on stage for so ladies and gentlemen, we have our chief guest for today who has joined us today. Let us welcome our chief guest for today, Louis Apple Harris, Honorable Minister of Housing, Government of Maharashtra. Thank you so much for joining us. We are very, very delightful, very welcome. Also, along with our equally, we have more people who have joined us for this schedule. And all the time, thanks to the Vice President and Chief Executive Officer, Maharashtra Housing and India Development Authority, Government of Maharashtra, the Unit Stage. Just a very good staff, founder and CEO, Elets Technomedia and editor-in-chief, Eagles Magazine and Stable, leader of the and Correct for that, Chairman and Managing Director. He is next from the acquisition joining us today. Correct for Shri XV Srinivas, thinking and assistant and special duties Harabi Development Center, Government Harabi, for respectively take your own Raymond reality. Can you have an answer? Use one of the platform along with Raymond reality. A very important place for both of you to work for. We are very delighted and extremely thankful for Sri Vikram Kumar, Additional Metropolitan Commissioner, Mumbai Metropolitan Municipal Government Authority, and Advocate. Have a user the program. Uh, Welcome, now, Additional Chief Secretary, Department of Housing, Government of Maharashtra. She's trying to joining. Thank you, a huge round of applause for all the dignitaries out there. A very warm welcome. Now I should applause them to please be guided through the out. Instrument with that thought that was moved towards Western Mass Saraswati and Ganesha. Well, now for the inaugural session, I shall request and call upon Sri P. Ravindranath, Mission Director, State Government of Maharashtra. Can you have a nice huge round of applause for him and we're delighted by his presence today. Thank you so much, sir. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now I shall request Dr. Ravi Gupta, founder and CEO, Elets Technology Magazine, to felicitate our chief guests and all the dignitaries one by one. I request our chief guest, Chief Abdul on the Government of Government of Maharashtra, to please join us on subject matter from the diploma. We are very delighted to celebrate this have a huge round of applause. So, authority, Government of Maharashtra. I request Ms. Sanjeev here to highlight Chief Executive Officer of Maharashtra Housing and Area Development Authority, Maharashtra. Very, very warm welcome, sir. Next, we call upon KSVR Srinivas. CEO Beauty Therapy Development to check and now request Dr. Ravi Patel, our partner, CEO, Women Reality, and Hardy. Can we have a huge round of applause for him? Thank you, sir, for joining in. We're very glad about our this sustainable punishment. We can and also Ravi Gupta to please felicitate Shri Vikram Kumar, Additional Metropolitan Commissioner Mumbai, Metropolitan Region Development Authority, MMRDA, Government of Maharashtra. Mission Director, State Water Mission, Government of Maharashtra. And that nowadays we bring the context of why we are here together and for today we welcome persons first and now request and PowerPoint. Dr. Ravi Gupta, founder and CEO in Technopedia and editor-in-chief of magazine to please connect with this topic with the intimate amazing context of this event. And this is the third edition of the Elets Summit. Earlier, we have collaborated with the government of Maharashtra. We had Pedro Kumar ji, who was the ECS working and getting with the position of the government of Maharashtra, and we had helped us organizing this editions of the House Summit earlier in the last two editions. So it's an honor to be here again for Elets. And we are honored to have our eminent dignitaries, the Honorable Minister, and various senior officers from the Department of Government of Maharashtra who have joined us. And the context is a little about that lots of uh, initiatives, government sector, the private sector are taking part in and infrastructure in Maharashtra and Gujarat. So this event is going to highlight these initiatives, various opportunities and challenges of development of the housing and the private sector in the Mumbai region and overall Maharashtra. And who are joined by various industry experts. Our presenting sponsor, Raymond, realty is here. We have the Institute of Association, Raymond, who will be talking about their initiatives here. And also, we have various other stakeholders joining in from the private sector and the various government organizations associated with infrastructure and housing development in Maharashtra. And we also have this launch of the special issue of the Igor magazine, which will happen related with Maharashtra special issue where we have documented various initiatives of Maharashtra government in the housing and infra sector and how it is going to uh, uh, change the face of Maharashtra housing sector itself. So with legacy of 21 years of village, we have organized conferences like this all over India with in collaboration with across all most important sectors of the society. We have worked in all the sectors and also across very governments, not only in India, but across 10 countries outside India also, including Dubai, Malaysia, Thailand, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, UK, USA, and various other countries. So it's an honor for English collaborate with the government in organizing this important conference. This week, welcome all our eminent speakers and eminent delegates who are joining us, and especially the Honorable Minister who have taken time with initiative to join us here. Namaskar. Welcome. धन्यवाद. Thank you so much for setting the context of this today productive day of Rory Gupta. Can we have a huge round of applause for him, everyone? Well, let's get going today. We have a very special and minister who has joined us today and talk about Sri Fateh is a distinguished leader as the current housing minister of Maharashtra and also the crucial responsibility of shaping the housing policy infrastructure development of one of the most India's dynamic landscape. Now let's make the background deeply rooted in public service and governance. Can we have a huge round of applause for Shri Abdul Kaur? Okay, right now, what I is saying, can we have a huge round of applause? Additional Chief Secretary, Department of Health. Very glad to
Very good morning to everybody. It's indeed a pleasure to be part of today's Elets National Housing Infra Summit. For this, just now, our ACS Housing was an arm there with us, our VP, Ada Sanjeev Jaiswal, our CEO from Dharavi Development, which is the top of Mumbai, Sri Srinivas Mr. Vikram Kumar ji, then E. Govindaji, Mission Director, Jal Jeevan Mission, and Naikji from Women Quality, Aman Ji from Women Quality, and Ravi Gupta, who is CEO for Elets Technologia, and all the on guys, guys, and all the stakeholders who have come for this country, this Technomedia. I am really obliged for calling me for this as a chief guest for this program. In past 1 month, I have been attending a lot of conclaves on real estate in Mumbai, and have been always telling to the stakeholders that our government has tried to do a lot of developments in Mumbai city and Maharashtra, like 700 kilometers Nagpur Samruddhi Marg, which has been connected from Nagpur to Mumbai. Like I can my own example, earlier I used to travel more by flight, but nowadays I travel by own vehicle because many times getting function of giving power from Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar to Mumbai. It is only because of the Samruddhi Mahamarg that connectivity has been good. Same way, we are coming up with a new international airport, which I think 25 million passengers will be then Mumbai, Ahmedabad, high speed rail project. Atal Setu has connected the new Mumbai and what in our local language say the second Mumbai is the Missouri Mumbai. बराबर बराबर Coastal road has also was I'm seeing our example many times when we have to catch the flight in the evening we have to start 2.5 hours. Now we can start 45 minutes before and catch some of this new coastal road has started. Because all metro lines coming up, also bank of senior is coming up. All these our government is trying to this infrastructure would take a good development in Mumbai. Right? I've been always telling you, MADA is an organization which is government, we are trying to provide affordable housing. Our Prime Minister, Honorable Narendra Modi, is always trying to all the LIG, EWS will get the houses. And in the last 5 years, he constructed about 5,000 houses to the people who didn't have the houses. And this term, we are committing about 3 crores of houses to people in the country. This is the reason why Maharashtra, I think we are today about 7.5 lakhs of houses in Maharashtra. We are trying to get further in future. Our plan is to houses is provided. Our department is getting the dynamic later our and our both of us are trying to give maximum houses. Because you must have seen in last 10 months in Mumbai, that was growth of 36 in 9 9,220 in last 10 months. It is just because after we there was a gap product, and again, very clear it is showing that the economy that honorable minister's dream is the right trillion dollar economy. And I will take the issue of revenue. It is really there are lot of SRO projects that we are doing already through existing lot of projects we vendors, developers are so we are not able to get it recently in well, Honorable Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, our Minister, our Chief October, we are getting a project in which they largely but in which 15,000 houses are going to be with our but still was staying by doing this I think by March we should be able to definitely able to live the only thing is that we have the main aim of our we have been trying 20 new house. So we have 1 lakh house and last week on right uh, it's the clubs from the premium home and to us for Sare and Memani. Say, and in the future, Mumbai, I'm very happy to see that very good yes, sir, also for transport, we have all the Mumbai. I Mumbai work. I want to go if I need to go further, I this Mumbai and because in the city, it's not efficient. It's not perfect. So, so some part of your and it needs to go to this. How to utilize the but but by not at least no people participate and that not be able to submit the paper. So they should just and all these things we are going to try to do, but getting program, you know, and you people like we have the kind of for accountancy for Maharaj and Naman everybody is looking for today's discussion. And so you please get government to do better and obviously always and the good for the commission. Support you promote and suggestions for the videos, having cover media, awareness, for that's audio, very good panel discussion, both have some whatever.
Well, thank you, Sri, to our Honorable Minister of Housing, Government of Maharashtra, for such a positive and uplifting thank you for coming here and let us know that let us move ahead right now. We absolutely have to participate in the environment. We are such and also next time, at first, the other trends are now and pretty projects limited development state. That nurse is going off focus. Much anticipated Eagle Mara, which is putting number. And I did income. That seems to rise at a time. Businesses to have joined us out of his really busy schedule. I would request Dr. Ravi Gupta to really how the government of Maharashtra is in regards to the value thank you so much significantly. Thank you so for joining in. We're very glad. And request all the dignitaries to please come ahead. Well, I will also request you to please be seated. Thank you so much, each one of you, for joining in, and it's an absolute honor here. So let's get going now. Let's. To my dearest friends on the guys, we talk about a productivity, cycle can be explained as the 26% of last year. Compared to that, the graph in the increase so because sustainable is this is where everything happens. And it would be also recorded as about how trying to complement see what more transparent, integrated one that about mind and mental involvement in network. And it should be beginning that I have automated process and all of the things very smart eye abilities. Secondly, how to get growth vision of the smart project. But this and that's just somehow very they so like like practice of work and practice make it better for the but not think better. Better you get to achieve well, thank you, ma'am. Thank you for such a valuable input. Let's take this forward from here. And now I shall call upon
Everyone is from the guys. I assume it's a very crucial picture for the future of Mumbai is urban landscape. Most important urban source by civic and most of uh, Mumbai there. For example, some future building, either let's say university that has been what are sustainable the affordable housing was already defined by one of the trying to influence how much the future of men what is over them how many people have given man. That we should go the board and go to get the by our because for which of course but that from what country Mumbai. Like have a India. That's what we're doing classes. Yeah, the largest renewable project in Arabi. So this is Mumbai. The first step in development of Arabi. So not just a development project. And second, the ground workers, the student happen. So that's what not just how we second is the physical infrastructure. Because as I said, what have accommodate. So social impact maybe we could discuss household also this complete society after construction possibly to work for organized seminar what they were and it is this work as they but what last what for
Thank you, Srinivas. Thank you for such a productive input. Well, let's get going right now, and I shall request him for can I have a user?
honorable ACS houses honorable Srivastava great minds the real challenges of not mistakes the land and the home this is the biggest problem elected that we need a lack of last for see my right my kinds of land is when we we think metro to make team second is have went up there's a big of incentives to be brought out which are I was always in group of getting it and not early invite her and
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Vikram Kumar. We're very glad to have you here. Thank you for the powerful talks. So let's get going and moving forward.
just to include her in the center setup. So I'll take on it on and there are thousands of Indian affiliates in your family. Now very much like that how well in the competitive plan to other so good name
We are very equally delighted to have you here. Thank you so much for the guidance and the support. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now I'm calling upon someone who has we are for information about this coming to like, and we can check out the functioning and right? So, thank you for the opening and
plan. Also, you have few Baravi, Srivastava, my colleague, Kumar, and Bharti, Abhitan, primarily from Bharat,
Well, that Sanjeev, such a meaningful exchange and valuable inputs. Well, on that note, in this significant on the right, Mr. Second Malaysia, staying over on and also as a great
Hello, hello. Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to stand before you today as we gather to reflect on significant complexity of our welcome to our here and demarcation of legal law to focus what we did redevelopment project located in Andhra. We are them support uh, would like to just mention here that Raymond, a name synonymous with excellence in textile and apparel, made a bold foray into the real estate sector. Launched a year back, 6 months back, which is the Nirmal Nagar redevelopment project. Yes, this project was stuck because of some challenging policy. The uh, this was the widen road. Secondly, then the public toilet, big has been relocated. So generally in societies, as an Indian, our culture, we create temporary and time. Sorry. These are the journey for the offer letter. Thank you very much again for getting this approval and offer letter. Like, we secured a major approval and permission, which is in the last 18 months, and the major permission was earlier the 4,000 project building we have we have very time to there and in our this is the what uh, we are facing the challenges of the idea created a medium and thank you for your attention. Thank you for your attention and good group. I want to continue this exciting journey together with Mahara and Government of Maharashtra. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Well, I think I'm back. A huge round of applause, so ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Sandeep Maheshwari, COO, Raymond Royalty. Well, please, take presenting to Priti Big Nanani, Director, Diabetes Software. Can we have a huge applause for
अरे काका नाही झाला इस बार भी नहीं हुआ दादा मैंने पिछले बार भी अप्लाई किया था क्या कैसे मोठी शोधण्यासारखं बाबा बेटा कितने साल से अप्लाई कर गुलामी कर brother.
you for being such an innovative presentation and a very thoughtful one, I must say. Let's get going right now. I shall take today. We have a lot of see, State water mission, Government of Maharashtra to please accept the memento from us. A huge round of applause for it. Joining us is Pooja Banerjee, Senior Assistant Editor, we got that book, and now I'll call upon our friend, accept the memento from us. Applause for Mr. Maheshwari. A very thank you, very delighted and a very powerful presentation, I must say. Requesting and thank you. Thank you, leaders. Thank you for doing that. And of course, Mohan Sahni, CEO Women Reality on stage and accepting momentum from us. Thank you, sir. We are very much so. I will see you back in next time. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a very, very welcome to everybody. So let's get it up right now. We have a very powerful, informative, and a very knowledgeable session coming up. And there are already suspected important significant topic. So everybody should grab your tea and coffee. Now is the time to indulge in knowledge and some valuable insights. Once again, everybody is been able to hear my voice loud and clear. Right now, let's get moving. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining in. Let's get going. I request everybody to please enjoy and stand back. Very much informative, power-packed presentation. Well, once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's get going, and it's a time to indulge in some of the most important topic for today. I request everybody who's outside to get it up for the next panel discussion. Once again, calling up whoever can hear my voice loud and clear. Let's get going. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is what you're feeling in. It's an absolute pleasure. You have a each one of you. Very delighted and very happy to see what gets your Alapa for knowledge community. Very, very valuable inputs from our legal and industry experts running around on the stage discussing about the most important. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, you can hear my voice loud and clear. I request everybody to please be seated as we travel commencing for the next panel discussion. Topic is innovative strategies for those who have my meeting the needs that I was surprised every time you do. And it's not personal. Urban feels like what
In urban areas, particularly in Bhubaneswar, I'm telling you, there are 30,000 government lands have been encroached. It is a this is a statement of last 2 days back by the urban minister. So lot of slums, 50% of them are all these slum areas. So the idea was that in situ these slums we need to develop. So first of all, we thought that it let these slum dwellers so that they can have their construction of the houses by the government support. So that is one very ambitious thing we have implemented, and you will not believe, out of the 4,30,000 houses planned, already 70% have been done. That is a great achievement. The second important thing is that the PPP mode. Odisha is the one state, first state act in the entire country to adopt this PPP mode on affordable housing. And RERA was first constituted, and it has been there was a task force which was headed by our chief secretary. A convener was the urban secretary, and it was a massive activity went on, and finally we had that done. That is one achievement we had. So now that committee has recommended a consortium where builders have been involved. They have the entire government nationality is also involved. They have been assigned this work. And for this, the entire study of all this, the IFC, International Finance Corporation of World Bank, has been engaged, and under their report intelligence, they have done this. The third thing which is important is the Jaga Mission. Jaga Mission is a comprehensive development program by government of Odisha, where the government of Odisha, we want that just not to develop affordable housing, we want, and it's a comprehensive program where there could be public road, the electricity, the hygienic, the we try to that all other articles of a human's development can be clubbed together. So all the policies of government have been dovetailed in this Jaga mission. So we have a separate wing for this Jaga mission approach, and you will. I'm happy to announce that for these two programs, government Bhubaneswar has become the number one smart city in the entire country for 2020, 21, and 21-20. It has been declared the number one smart city in the entire country. So what I want to say that if you adopt a policy which is pragmatic, we have a lot of challenges as well. We have a lot of challenges. We had a lot of issues as well, lot of court cases, lot of other pressures. But still, then we have navigated our policies and programs in such a manner that we could stood out. So it is humble request to all the bureaucrats that policy and programs they are made if we do not apply our own way of executing it. That is how best we can do it. So it is one of the best practices in the country. And Maharashtra is a big state. Maharashtra has a lot of developmental models, a lot of affordable housing thing. So our practice that involving all the stakeholders, bringing them under one umbrella, making them convinced, and achieving all the targets in a given time within the time schedule, work schedule has been given very in a fixed manner. So I hope with this note I will end. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the landmark development which is happening in Odisha. You explained this whole situation, and I think it can inspire other states also. Let me request our next speaker, Mr. Parikshit Sanjay Rao Jadhav, who's an IAS officer, who's the Additional Commissioner of Urban Development and Housing Department at Government of MP. So, if you can speak about some of the affordable housing initiatives and other housing initiatives also.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I would like to thank you, Vada, Elite, and Raymond Reality to give me the opportunity to have a cross learning in housing sector. मैं एक मध्य प्रदेश का एक ओवरऑल अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग का पिक्चर आपके सामने बताना चाहूँगा एंड हाउ एमपी did some things differently so that it has become the top performing states in India in affordable housing sector in प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना। एमपी की अगर बात करें तो 2011 की सेंसस के हिसाब से लगभग इसकी पॉपुलेशन 7 करोड़ है एंड अर्बन पॉपुलेशन अगर माने तो लगभग उसका 30%। प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना अर्बन के माध्यम से हमने लगभग 24% अर्बन हाउसहोल्ड को प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना से लाभान्वित किया है। MP has been the second largest state after Andhra Pradesh, who has given 31% of urban household affordable housing. MP ने लगभग 24% हाउसहोल्ड के साथ लगभग 1.5 से 2 करोड़ लोगों को इसका लाभ दिया। प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना अर्बन के विभिन्न जो वर्टिकल्स है, जैसे अभी प्रीवियस स्पीकर ने बताया कि बेनिफिशियरी लेड कंस्ट्रक्शन, अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग इन पार्टनरशिप एंड क्रेडिट लिंक सब्सिडीज, ये तीनों मतलब वर्टिकल्स में मध्य प्रदेश ने वर्क किया है। मुझे बताते हुए बहुत खुशी है कि लगभग 9.5 लाख घर मध्य प्रदेश ने सैंक्शन किए थे इस तीनों वर्टिकल्स के अंदर और अभी फिलहाल में 85% हाउस कंप्लीटेड। जो चैलेंजेस है अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग में, हमने प्रीवियस इंट्रोडक्टरी सेशन में भी देखा कि सबसे क्रूशियल इशू है लैंड, अफोर्डेबल लैंड। तो मध्य प्रदेश में इसमें एक जो चीज की है कि उनका एक 1984 की पॉलिसी है एंड 2023 की पॉलिसी है कि अगर कोई परिवार उस आबादी क्षेत्र में बहुत सालों से रह रहा है, विद मिनिमम प्रीमियम वी कैन गिव देम आवासीय भूअधिकार पट्टा. Secondly, in affordable housing in partnership projects, government has given free land for that projects. लगभग पूरे मध्य प्रदेश में 79 प्रोजेक्ट्स अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग इन पार्टनरशिप में चल रहा है, जिसमें लगभग 50,000 घर बन रहे हैं और अभी लगभग 36,000 घर उसमें कंप्लीट है. तो जो एक लैंड का इशू था, तो गवर्नमेंट ने उसको अपने ऊपर लेते हुए फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट लैंड देने पे ज्यादा फोकस किया. सेकेंडली, इन अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग इन पार्टनरशिप में बेनिफिशियरीज को दो कैटेगरी में किया है कि एक स्लम कैटेगरी है और एक नॉन स्लम कैटेगरी. स्लम कैटेगरी को हितग्राही को उन्होंने अपार्ट फ्रॉम सेंट्रल सब्सिडी या स्टेट सब्सिडी है जो 1.5 लाख रुपए है, उनका जो कंट्रीब्यूशन है, हितग्राही का जो कंट्रीब्यूशन है, उसको 2 लाख रुपए में कैप कर दिया. मतलब हितग्राही को उससे ज्यादा रुपए देना नहीं पड़ेगा. तो इट हैज बिकम अफोर्डेबल फॉर ईडब्ल्यूएस बेनिफिशरीज, बीपीएल बेनिफिशरीज. बट अपार्ट फ्रॉम स्लम बेनिफिशरी, जो नॉन स्लम बेनिफिशरीज है, उनको भी अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग के रूप में जो सब्सिडी तो है 3 लाख की, बट जैसे फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट लैंड से उनके जो 1-2 लाख रुपए बचते हैं वो. सेकेंडली, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का जो कॉस्ट बचता है, एंड एक क्रॉस सब्सिडी का भी एक मैं आगे बताऊंगा, एक क्रॉस सब्सिडी का भी कंपोनेंट है, जिससे उनका हाउस लगभग 5-6 लाख या एवरेज 7 से 8 लाख रुपए में उनको एक अच्छा आवास मिलता है. क्रॉस सब्सिडी मॉडल में बारे में बताना चाहूंगा कि गवर्नमेंट ने क्योंकि फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट लैंड दी है, वहां पे एक इंक्लूसिव ग्रोथ इंश्योर करने के लिए उन्होंने ईडब्ल्यूएस के साथ साथ एलआईजी, एमआईजी, एचआईजी की भी फ्लैट्स वहां पे बनाए हैं, और साथ साथ में वहां पे कमर्शियल डेवलपमेंट के हिसाब से शॉप्स भी वहां पे बनाए हैं. तो बेसिकली ये जो एलआईजी, एमआईजी, एचआईजी एंड शॉप्स जो है, उनसे जो प्रॉफिट आता है, उससे क्रॉस सब्सिडी की है ईडब्ल्यूएस बेनिफिशरीज के हाउस होल्ड के लिए. तो एक इनोवेटिव फाइनेंसिंग मैकेनिज्म है जो एमपी ने अपनाया है. इसके अलावा एक एडिशनल सब्सिडी जो कंस्ट्रक्शन लेबर्स है हमारे, तो उनको एक सेपरेट स्कीम से एडिशनल एएचपी के घटक में 1 लाख रुपए तक का अनुदान उनपे दिया जाता है. एक और इनिशिएटिव जो किया है बैंक, हितग्राही और गवर्नमेंट, दैट अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज, ये एक इनोवेटिव मैकेनिज्म उन्होंने डेवलप किया है, जिसमें अर्बन लोकल बॉडी विल बी द गारंटर फॉर द लोन. बैंक्स हमेशा एक कोलैटरल और मतलब गारंटी चाहती है कि हमारा लोन रिपे हो, बट बहुत बार इन हितग्राहियों का सिविल स्कोर हो या इनके पास डॉक्यूमेंटेशन हो, वो नहीं रहता है. तो इसलिए एक ट्राई पार्टी एग्रीमेंट इन तीनों स्टेक होल्डर्स के साथ किया जाता है, जिससे उनको लोन इजीली मिल जाता है. दैट इनिशिएटिव इज ऑल्सो देयर. सेकेंडली, एक कन्वर्जेंस जो आप मतलब गवर्नमेंट स्कीम्स है, जैसे अमृत मिशन है, एसबीएम है, मुख्यमंत्री आदर्श योजना वाला वहाँ पे स्कीम चलता है, कायाकल्प योजना चलती है. तो इन सारे स्कीम से इन प्रोजेक्ट्स में कैसे हम एक सोशल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर दे सकते हैं, इस पे भी उसमें ध्यान दिया गया है. आखिरी में एक इनोवेटिव जो कंस्ट्रक्शन टेक्नोलॉजीज है, आपने एक इंदौर लाइट हाउस प्रोजेक्ट के बारे में सभी ने सुना होगा. वहाँ पे लगभग 1,000 फैमिलीज के लिए प्री फैब्रिकेटेड सैंडविच पैनल जो टेक्नोलॉजी है, उसके माध्यम से टावर्स वहाँ पे बनाया गया है. तो इनोवेशन को भी यहाँ पे बढ़ावा दिया गया है. तो इन सब इनिशिएटिव्स की वजह से मध्य प्रदेश हैज बीन द टॉप 5 परफॉर्मिंग स्टेट इन प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना. अगेन, I would like to thank you, Elets, for giving me the opportunity to share the Madhya Pradesh experience with you. Thank you.
Great experience, great sharing. I think each of the state has unique approaches to this affordable housing with their own socio-economic and other land-related issues. Now, we have on the panel here a representative from the IT industry, property software is here, and I would request them to speak about the what are the opportunities for IT industry to like, speed up or make the housing sector easier to access by the common man. So, Mr. Jitendra Joshi, the director of property. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Elets, Mada, for giving us this opportunity and honor to be part of this wonderful panel. Uh, so I'm looking at affordable housing from the perspective of providing IT solutions to make the whole thing work smoothly and in a most effective way. So when we look at the challenge of providing an IT solution or doing IT intervention for affordable housing, there are two aspects of it. So the first aspect is the authority or the housing body who is providing those houses to the urban poor or so to say. And the second RT or second aspect of this uh, this group is as are the beneficiaries or the citizens who are aspiring to have houses in a city like Mumbai, which is like their lifetime dream. Uh, so then we look at it as what are the two important things for each of them. So from the housing authority perspective, they need to make sure the beneficiaries are identified in possible way. The person who is receiving house is the duly eligible and a genuine buyer. So the government money should not go waste. And from the buyer's perspective, the whatever the platform is there, it should be transparent. It should be easy to use. So ease of using or usability is the most important point from the buyer's point of view. So buyer and seller. So it is like providing a marketplace for buyer and seller. And while developing the application, we have considered these two factors. So when we look at it from the authority point of view, we made sure that the eligibility verification is the most effective. So what we have done is we have integrated with all the various government databases to uh, to authenticate and authorize the person who is applying for a loan. So we have integrated with the tax department for verifying their income eligibility. We have integrated with caste certifying bodies to verify their caste certificate and eligibility for their caste. We have integrated with domicile certificate database to ensure that the buyer who is applying is eligible. And from the buyer's point of view, when they use the application, when they use the platform, it should be so easy that it is like ordering a biryani on Zomato. So what we have done is we have minimized their data entry. So all the application is mobile first application and the data entries are minimized. And what we have done is we have allowed them to take photographs of their documents and then system using the AI inside identifies and verifies the authenticity and eligibility of the applicant, and only eligible applicants are allowed to participate in the draw. So that made them made the system user friendly, and on the other hand, for the housing authority, it is most efficient for ensuring the eligibility. So now this is what we have done already with MADA, what you have seen presentation earlier. What we are trying to do is from the housing authority, we are trying to bring in blockchain, integrate other government departments to make the entire process seamless. So, for example, when the person goes for registration, it should be a smart contract that they are signing with authorities like IGR, and their registration gets seamlessly processed. And from the buyer's point of view, they should get an application or get an interface which is like talking to their phone. So, like you talk to Siri in Apple phone, you should be talking to the application, and application should be responding them in a virtual assistant manner. So, this is what we are trying to innovate going forward. Thank you.
Fantastic. Fantastic. I think everyone the skit which was shown by the authority just before the session, that how the users are impacted when technology is used. The ease of uh, getting a house becomes so much. So let me request each of the speakers to talk about the role of public-private partnership and what are the challenges. And I think each of the states have different challenges because of like their own issues. So let me request experience in Maharashtra.
So you see, Raviji, Maharashtra has been a pioneer state as far as PPP models are concerned in the housing sector. If I were to list all the projects which are being done in this model, I think I would be eating up on the whole day for the panel discussion. But just to give a brief about it, let's start from Mumbai. So Mumbai, some of the mega projects that are happening right now, for example, even the PPP redevelopment or the Kamatipura redevelopment which will take place, Abhyuday Nagar, which is a pipeline, Adarsh Nagar, GTB Nagar, even the Gandhi Nagar layout. So typically it is a PPP model only, but the only difference is that here there is also a third party, which is the original tenants or the people who are staying there. That is one. Number two is that as far as housing across Maharashtra is concerned, we have had a lot of JD policies executed by MADA or the local urban authorities, whether it is a municipal corporation. And in Maharashtra specifically, we have a separate housing board, which is called Maha Housing, which primarily goes into a JV model of redevelopment or fresh greenfield projects, whereby a private player, government, and ultimately the beneficiary. So this is very well set here. Now the challenge is that all these projects take a lot of time, especially if it's a greenfield project. And if it's a brownfield project, then there is the gestation period for the project to start off is at least 2 years to get the land vacated, to get them shifted, to come to an amicable deal as far as what is the rent to be paid because that much of transit accommodations are not available, and limited, again the related issues of permission, clearances, and so on. So somehow, because land as a purchase factor is something which is not financed institutionally. So the initial capital which is stuck up on the point of if I see from the developer's point of view, and thereon, the first return that they can expect is when they start their free booking, which is again linked up to completion of the rehab in the same proportion. So this makes the cash flow little difficult. So this is one second aspect which I would like to highlight as far as Mumbai specifically is concerned. Coming back to PMAY, as mentioned by my esteemed colleagues from Orissa and Madhya Pradesh, I would be honest to say that Maharashtra has done good in PMAY, but maybe it was not as good as expected. In terms of figures, we have also had almost 12 lakh houses, out of which 6.5 lakh houses is under the CLSS model, credit linked subsidy scheme, and under the various components of PNC, AHP, and we also have something called AHP, PPP, and JV model. Roughly around 4.5 lakh houses are planned to be constructed. A lot of them have been completed. But one major reason as to why the HP model or the PPP model, as far as PMAY is concerned, could not really take off in Maharashtra is because we have had a revision as far as the development control rules are concerned. So initially, like Mumbai has its own DCPR, and for the whole of the state, every corporation had its own DCR, and for the remaining, just the regional plan is to prevail. Government thought that we should bring a uniformity, so barring PMRDA, the Pune Metropolitan Regional Development Authority, all the other places now are covered under the provisions of UDCPR 2020. Now, what has happened is that if you see the zonal FSI, the basic FSI which is available, which could vary from 1 to 1.1 or 1.2, and our policies also allow for taking FSI on a premium payment basis and take on more FSI by purchasing here. So under PMAY, the FSI that you get is 2.5, and if it's a Greenland, then it's 1. But without taking the benefit of PMAY, if I were just to say the base FSI plus the FSI on premium and the FSI which can be taken through PDR, so it has a cost, that ranges anywhere between 2.2 to 2.8. Then the question that comes from the mind of the private player is that supposedly I can get 2.2 or 2.8, obviously payment of some premiums or buying of the TDR, then why should I bring in a cost cap as far as my selling price is concerned? So this is a big challenge that we are trying to tackle. Now that the government of India has announced the PMAY version 2, we are trying to work on more on PVC to make it equally attractive to the private players to come forth under the PMAY schemes or the such housing schemes. And before I conclude on this particular point, I'm happy to say that one of the biggest PMAY projects in the country has been successfully executed in Maharashtra through MADA. And the Raynagar project in Sholapur, which was basically designed for the absolutely economically downtrodden as the BD workers who have been given houses under 5 lakh per unit. And this project was for 30,000 houses in one single year, where the infrastructure cost and the services have been provided by MADA in terms of water supply, sewage, road, electrification, stormwater drainage, and so on. And as we speak, in the month of January, in the month of February, the Honorable Prime Minister was himself here to hand over the 15,000 keys to the beneficiary, and the remaining 15,000 beneficiaries we are expecting to hand over the keys by March or June latest next year. Thank you.
Additional question that Mumbai is also hub of one of the most expensive real estate in the country. So every day we are like seeing announces about 50 crore flat, 100 crore flats and stuff like that. So there is a huge what do you call anomaly between affordable housing and the premium housing. So as a housing department, like how, what is the vision to uh, uh, what do you call it, keep the housing accessible?
You hit upon a very touching issue as far as Mumbai is concerned. The fact that the prices of the housing units in Mumbai is very high. As I mentioned in the earlier part, that the affordability index of Mumbai is around 51 in 2023. The thing is that it was 53 in 2022. And if I were to speak about the affordability index way back in 2010, it was around 93. Pre-pandemic, that is in 2019, it was around 67. So from almost 93 in 2010, we have come down to 51, but yet it is very higher than the national average, which is around 30. And that's what the guidelines of the housing department say. Second aspect is, as per the definition of RBI, the affordable housing pricing as far as Mumbai is concerned is 65 lakhs. I'm happy to say that the houses that are constructed by MADA in Mumbai also, in the category of EWS and LIT, the price ranges anywhere between 30 to 60 or 70 lakhs on an average. So that's the reason as to why, the number of applicants that we receive in our online lottery is many times more than the number of houses which are being allotted. To just give you an example, right now, the Mumbai board lottery is live, and for 2,000 odd houses, we have already received more than 60,000 applications. 6 months back, we had another round of Mumbai board where for 4,000 houses, we received almost 1,20,000 plus applications. So MADA houses are definitely very much affordable. The concern is for the affordable housing which is made available through the private sector. Now, the silver lining is that if all the redevelopment projects, whether it is the almost 2.25 lakh dwelling units which are in the 114 layouts, or the roughly 2 to 3 lakh dwelling units which are there in the CES buildings. In the next 10 years or 15 years, if all this goes for redevelopment, apart from rehabilitating the original tenants out there, this is also going to bring out in the open market roughly 8 to 10 lakh houses for sale. When I say 8 to 10 lakh houses for sale, if the supply would be so high, then definitely the equilibrium of pricing would have a slight positive impact as far as the costing is concerned. Second is, you see, Mumbai is a landlocked city. The services are already very strained. It's almost on the verge of not being able to absorb all. Every we have hordes of people coming in the city. the slums are there, will have to be rehabilitated. And as a government organization, our priority or our focus is to provide affordable housing to the commonest of the citizen, to the person who has a an income in the range of 6 to 9 lakhs or even around below 10 lakhs. There are certain issues pertaining to the real estate sector, especially in terms of certain demands of theirs that for affordable housing, if the GST can be waived, which is almost 5% of that, and also the stamp duty. So for MADA housing under PMAY, we take a stamp duty of only 1,000 rupees. But for them again, the stamp duty is 5%, and then there's an add-on for metro cess, which is another 1%. So straight if GST and the stamp duty and the metro cess, if it can be removed, maybe a 10% reduction can be in the offering. So that is one aspect which is being very deliberately being considered by the state government and is being pursued with the central government for a policy change in this regard. But I, as a VP MADA, I personally feel that there wouldn't be, I would say, a very high price reduction in the coming years. But definitely there would be a curve as far as the rise in prices are concerned, especially in the sector of affordable housing. And because we are determined to provide absolute affordable housing to the poorest of the poor, and there's another organization by the name of SRA, which is the Slum Rehabilitation Authority, which is headed by another officer under the housing department, and with the vision of like trying to make Mumbai slum free, and a lot of models are being worked to either take over the stalled projects or the projects which could not take off. I see to it that a lot of housing stock will come to Mumbai in the next 10 to 15 years. And just before I conclude, one last point I would like to mention that recently the state government has done an amendment as far as the MADA Act is concerned. So we did not, for the redevelopment proposals, we did not have any enabling provision. It was all dependent on the society of the landowner to submit a proposal. And if the proposal was not submitted, MADA had no power to ensure that the proposal comes through. So with this amendment of 79, which is a landmark amendment, uh, you know, MADA now has been given the right to declare a building dilapidated. And once it is done, then after the mandatory period of 3 months, the landowner has the right to submit a proposal for within 6 months. If he or she to do so, the tenants get this right for the next 6 months. And if neither are able to do so, then this right of appointing a developer or going in for the redevelopment comes to MADA. So this was never there. This is the first time that an enabling provision has been made in that. Similarly, for projects which were sanctioned but had taken off but was stalled for various reasons, there was no major provision within MADA to see to it that it can issue a stop work or cancel the NOC, and most importantly, take over the redevelopment project. So this amendment has been carried forth in 91A, and I'm happy to say that roughly notices under more than 850 notices have been issued under 79A, and almost 60 plus notices have been issued under 91A. Last but not the least, related, and I'm extending my time limit, is the issue that one of the major lacuna was that the landowners always had a resistance when it came to forceful acquisition of the land, because the compensation that was paid to them was very minuscule. So it was just, as per the provisions of the Act 92 or 93, it was only 100 times of the rent, which is nothing. The rent was already freezed under the Rent Control Act. There are disputes going on. So every time the forceful acquisition take place, people has to go to the court, there's to be litigation. Now with this amendment, a very positive change has been made, whereby 25% of the ready reckoner value of the land or 15% value of the free state area, whichever is higher, is to be compensated to the landowner. So in the current scenario, if I just put a gist, the basic issue of land compensation has been sorted. The second issue of giving an enabling provision to MADA to call for proposals for redevelopment has been resolved. And thirdly, a provision which empowers MADA to take over these stalled projects has been made. So we are also trying to make a roadmap. See to it that is the almost the 13,000 odd CES buildings in the island city of Mumbai come in for redevelopment in the next 10 to 15 years. And believe me, Raviji, if this happens, it's going to be a game changer as far as the skyline of Mumbai is concerned, and it would definitely provide a big impetus to affordable housing, especially in the category of EWS and LIG for the downtrodden and poor citizens. Thank you.
A lot of action and reforms I think are happening in this housing sector in Maharashtra and also in Mumbai. Goes to the dynamic leadership of this government taking all these steps, and I think these steps will also inspire that other states who are facing similar issues, they can adopt each lessons and ideas from them. So let me request our role of the private sector in the development of housing sector in your state, and how is the government and private sector collaboration happening there?
Thank you, Ravi. In first phase of Pradhan Mantri Awas, there was no scope of PPP mode. But government 2 years back, uh, through redevelopment and redensification policy, has started to monetize the government land, which were present in all the cities in abundant manner because this land is not the issue as of now. So under this policy, in public-private partnership, government lease out the land to the private developer, and in exchange, developed some, like for example, in government set up offices were developed, in some cities colleges were developed, in some cities houses were developed. So in that mode, this government is trying to leverage the advantage of land. Secondly, policy matter is in pipeline for affordable housing in Pradhan Mantri Awas second phase because it has been made a vertical under Pradhan Mantri Awas Urban second phase by central government only. They have to implement it in a public-private partnership. So a policy is in pipeline. I think with the cross learning from Maharashtra, Odisha, a good policy would be developed in the near future, and we would be able to rope in private players all across the country to invest in Madhya Pradesh. Thank you.
Fantastic. Let us hear from Odisha experience and talk about collaboration between the government and the private.
Uh, Thank you, Rabiji. As I told you that the state of Odisha is one of those early parts which captured the spirit of PMAY in 2000, right back in 2015-16. This PPP mode we brought in. Now the biggest question was that how to bring them under one umbrella because no builder will come immediately that for the affordable housing that they will always calculate and so we thought that let's have a complete all the stakeholders will come under one umbrella. They will debate, discuss, and they will have to come. So we involved. I told you that international finance corporation, World Bank, will get charge of doing a consortium where the government led by the General Administration Department and Urban Development. One department, Urban Department there, and the Housing Corporation was also there. And secondly, we involved the RERA. So we thought that if you want to bring the builders under our food, let the RERA be involved. So RERA was the first, in fact, constituted in Odisha, and we involved them also. Thirdly, we also involved the Builders Association. They also have a lot of hesitancy to come and participate in that. We also involved them. Then we also involved the Municipal Development Authority, and all the financial institutions, who are the banks, the cooperatives, and all the. So everybody was there. So after a lot of sessions, brainstorming sessions, lot of inviting objections, we finally come to a policy decision. So now this, as per this policy decision, the lands is to be given by the Bhubaneswar Development Authority, and in Bhubaneswar city we have lands owned by General Administration Department which has given leased land to BDA, Bhubaneswar Development Authority, as well as municipal corporation. So they also, the two things, they also allot lands. So the lands will be given to them, the builders. We also had an open tender where the builders participated, voting on their subsidy when all we have decided. It's a very transparent way of decision. So this, and as far as the in Maharashtra also, we have a single window concept where all the applications and everything, all plan approval, everything under one go, it is being approved. But we have still have a lot of challenges. For one, for example, supposing beneficiaries, the beneficiaries normally want to stay where their traditional profession is there. So they will not go away from the city. And in the city, we have a lot of substandard lands. So if they go kilometer, 30 kilometers away from the city, our experience is they will never go there. Again, they will here and there. Either they sell it off or they will put it on rent. So that was not our motto. Actually. We want that these houses, wherever they are, let it be developed MCT. For that vertical part, that we have decided, and we have already inaugurated 9 vertical very high buildings in Bhubaneswar. These are all by BDA and Housing Group. They have done it. So, the beneficiaries, initial apprehensions of the builders, as the from the Maharashtra said, government become a guarantor. Government remained a guarantor so that that there will be no crisis of confidence among the builders, among the parties of beneficiaries. Everybody should be under, they should not have any confusion. Apart from this, this is all policy decisions. Secondly, we wanted that how this is because we need a constant monitoring. Because the projects once announced, once it is grounded, it must have a lot of hurdles. Plan approval, then encroachments, then legal cases, compensation issues, huge things are coming up. So we thought that there has to be a complete monitoring system where from different departments, all concerned departments, they were also there. So they also have to give a quarterly report to us so that the monitoring is there. There is also social auditing also done by a third party. They have already outsourced this third party. They make social auditing of all this. So the whole idea is the policy is good. In fact, Odisha got the under PMAY it got the best policy in best state have a innovative policy initiative in 2021. But by adopting a policy that make it has to be grounded in time. So the time should exceed the time schedule, the work schedule, whatever. So that is how the monitoring committee needs to be done. Fortunately, the government of Odisha has very strong things. The chief secretary is the chairman, and couple of secretaries, the finance secretary, the urban secretary, the public government secretary, all a couple of secretaries are there to monitor. A lot of engineers are there to monitor. A lot of financial people are also involved. So it's a very comprehensive group, and a report is submitted every time, and every 3 months it is placed before the government for institution and review by the minister. So that is what I'm telling you that the policy you have adopted, it is unique policy, good policy. But for now, we have some issues. For that, the monitoring system, the social auditing thing, the report has to be constantly coming. So we are at least in the takeoff phase. I think come up, I mean, 50% are already grounded very comfortably, but there are some issues. We're addressing them, and we are constantly doing it, constantly developing it. For PMAY 1 and 2, both of them, and we have been very carefully designing and updating ourselves. Updating ourselves, we are keeping an organic pace with the change of technology and time. Although, because then AI has come up, a lot of things have been comfortable. Like a digital platform has come. So things we made easy for them. Thank you very much.
Excellent experience, excellent efforts, and request our analysts from the IT industry to talk about the role of public-private partnerships, and specifically like you are worked in the IT sector. So, like yeah, your collaboration with the government and how these collaborations enhance the overall productivity and accessibility of
So, thank you very much public-private partnership from IT perspective is very limited because if you see for the housing sector, so if you see public PPP for housing by real estate player is very logical subject to do, and it's just a matter of having the math right in place, and then it can take off. But for IT perspective, it still is available. So we have a couple of cases where we are charging some fees directly to the citizen, which they may be paying, and then in that case, the authority would get the IT technology free of cost, and the citizen benefits from the latest technology. So this could be a way of doing PPP for the IT sector. So to say.
Before we conclude, I just forgot to mention one point. You see, over the years, MADA was being a facilitator between the private developer and the residents. Apart from being a contractor in the sense of appointing contractors for construction of houses on its own land. In the last 6 months or 1 year, there has been a slight change as far as the objective is concerned. And like two projects which I can mention of, which are going to be very iconic projects, a game changer again as far as Mumbai is concerned, is where MADA has stepped in as a developer. So instead of the conventional way, we have stepped in as a developer and we are appointing vendors for the construction of the house. So one classic example is the erstwhile what is called a BDD chawl, which spreads across almost 22 acres in Mumbai in three prime locations. And only the residential tenements which has to be rehabilitated, people who are having a holding of 160 square feet to free of cost 500 square feet houses. And most of the houses will be having a sea-facing view. Out of this 16,000 odd houses in three locations, the actual construction of 6,000 plus houses have been started, and we are targeting the first delivery of the houses somewhere in March to June 2025. So this is something which is a new role that MADA is stepping in. Second similar project which I would like to mention about is the slightly very legacy of disputes and fights going on in the courts, that is the Chal. But not going into the past history of the legacy, now MADA is stepping into this layout also, which is almost again another 30 to 40 acres, wherein for the remaining plots which are in our possession or which are expected to come in our possession, we come in as a developer. We have just floated the bids for the appointment of a contractor, and the same pattern will be followed. So, in short, we are continuously evolving upon our role with the realization that land not being available, whatever is the existing land, how can we promote vertical redevelopment and at the same time ensure that the costing remains within control. To speak about the state, like there is also a special planning authority for a district next to Nagpur that is called Chandrapur. And a new Chandrapur is there with almost 1,300 odd hectares land. That is the special planning authority. We're working on that also to see to it that a small township comes forth. And the government of Maharashtra's focus now is to see that with the enhancement in the connectivity in the MMR region, that is the Mumbai metropolitan region, especially with the Atal Setu, coastal road, the expansion of the coastal road further to Vasudha and thereon, and the multimodal corridor, and even the inland water transport. So government is now focusing on seeing that we can have other magnets in terms of city potential in the vicinity and periphery of Mumbai. And over the last few years, if you see the number of construction which are taking place in cities like Thane, Bhiwandi, Kalyan, Veerabhadra, Navi Mumbai, unprecedented. And with so much of a housing hub coming across under greenfield projects and in Mumbai as a brownfield project, in the next 10, 15 years, this whole MMR region will present an entirely different picture when it comes at the national scenario and even at the international scenario. Thank
Uh, an interesting panel here, and a lot of new ideas have emerged, thoughts have emerged. So I thank all our esteemed panelists for joining in. We will end the session here, and before we end it, I will request our anchor to make some announcements.
I think we have a huge round of applause for all the industry leaders. Well, truly, their work have transformed countless lives and providing homes, creating communities that are both inclusive and, of course, sustainable. Well, let's move ahead. I'll request Dr. Ravi Gupta to please come forward for felicitating expertise panel out here one by one. I'll request and call upon Sri Sanjeev Jaiswal, Vice President and Chief Executive Officer, Maharashtra, Housing and Area Development Authority, Mahara, Government of Maharashtra, to please accept the memento. Thank you so much, sir, for joining in. The guidance is truly appreciated. Along with that, I'll request and call upon Sri Parikshit Sanjay Rao, Additional Commissioner, Urban Development and Housing Department, Government of Madhya Pradesh. Yeah, Madhya Can we have a huge round of applause? Very, very valuable input from your end, sir. I'll request Dr. Parthasarthi Mishra, Director cum Additional Secretary, Department of Public Enterprises, Government of Odisha, to accept the memento from us. Thank you so much, sir. I shall request Mr. Jitendra Joshi, Director Property Software, to accept the memento from us. Very thoughtful and very valuable insights from you as well. I'll request everyone with the mementos and the magazine for a group picture. All the leaders, yeah. I think for such a power-packed panel discussions, we should have a zeitful round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Their insights were really, really thoughtful, and we deeply appreciate the expertise and vision that they brought into this discussion today. So thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now it's a time to move to the next session. Also, we have a lineup of more powerful discussions coming up, but yes, the presentation is going to take place. The another very knowledgeable and very insightful industry presentation to be held by Rajiv Johnson, Vertical Head, Was Finances Limited, along with Selvin Whitman, Chief Business Officer of Financial Limited. Well, I must say, a very fabulous gathering of everybody. Well, we're very glad and very delighted to have each one of you here. And as you can see, the experts panel brings in so much of expertise, vision and their expertise suggestions to us. And that makes this moment definitely very, very special. We're very delighted for all the honorable ministers for joining us today, showing us the pathway. And of course, like I said, this is going to be one of the most knowledgeable and a very productive day today. We look forward for such associations And a special thanks to Maharashtra Housing and Area Development Authority, MHADA, for such a brilliant initiative. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's going for the industry presentation happening in calling and inviting Rajiv Johnson, vertical head of Avas Financiaries Limited, along with Selvin Uthman, Chief Business Officer of Avas Financiaries Limited. Over to both of you, sir.
Hello. Hello. Uh, good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm audible. My name is Rajiv, and I'm here on behalf of Avas Financials to give a snippet about what Avas has been doing and how we have been a partner towards the growth of the affordable housing segment. I'm delighted to have my senior management colleague, Mr. Selvin, with me, who would just like to introduce the things which we have been doing in Avas, and then we can discuss and have a short presentation of the things which we have been doing. Over to you, Selvin.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, we will not take much time, just 10 to 15 minutes. So, because we want to be part of your success. Okay. So, to introduce Avas, we are into purely affordable business. Okay. So we are into this since 2011. Okay. And the more focus of our company is into underserved and unserved customers. Okay. So, and if you see our book size, which is around 18,000 crore book size, out of which 80% of the customers are purely affordable. Okay, and our presence is around 2,500 towns. We are already present, and we are present around 13 states. Okay, and more than 350 districts we are present. Okay, and I'm really impressed about the PMI which has been launched by government. Okay, and the objective of PMI and the objective of Awas is similar because we are also focusing on uh, economic weaker section customers and low income based customers. If you see our ticket size is also around 4 to 5 lakhs. Okay, and most important thing which I would like to share is that our focus is on the customers who are taking home loan for first time, property for first time. So we have around more than 2 lakhs of customers, out of which 80% of the customers are customers who have taken home for first time. And I think so the objective of PMI is also same thing. So I'm really glad to present ourselves, and we are positioned so strong wherever that PMI project is that we are present there. So I would like Rajiv to just go through our presentation for 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Selvan, for real insight in terms of introducing Avast in a very short and a very crisp way. Uh, I believe this. So yeah, that's fine. Thank you. So Avast started off his journey from 2011 from Jaipur, Rajasthan, and it is today 14th year in terms of operations. If you see the journey, it has been really a good journey where we got listed in 2018. From a journey of 20 odd states, we have spread towards close to 371 odd branches. This company, Avast, our company has been recognized from NHB for refinance facility. So these are some of the things which we post in terms of how we have progressed over time. This is a journey what we have started, as I said to you, in with a bigger branch of 25, from where we have now 357 branches. The AUM, as rightly said by Selvin, we closed in an AUM of 17,300 odd crores, and currently we are at 18,000 odd crores of AUM. We have an ambitious plan of growth journey. Uh, in terms of commitment towards doing the business for affordable, we started off with one CXO, and we are, as of now, 10 plus CXOs. Happy to share that senior management person CXO, Mr. Selvin, is there. He's taking his time out to be present to be a part of this important presentation and meeting. This is a snippet of the board of directors who had led the vision of serving the unserved and underserved. Led by Mr. Sachin Dabanda, who is our MD and CEO, who is a strong and a firm believer in terms of working towards the affordable segment and towards a segment where the funds are required for underwriting. Just to keep abreast and keep abreast with the changing times. Our has been really a step ahead in terms of introducing world-class technologies. So we are there to serve the customers, to be better serving the customers. How can we enhance the journey of a customer loan origination? What can be the things where we can help the customer, also seeing the risk, also monitor the portfolio, and how we can use the technology in an ever-changing field to ensure that the customer gets a good experience and we are able to serve customer in a much more effective and a better way. We have world-class technologies like digital platform, customer services digital, Oracle FlexCube is one of the things which we have launched for integration of the systems. All this has helped us in terms of better speed and efficiency. It has helped us in terms of pricing the customer better. It has helped us in terms of ensuring that we give a speedier decision when it comes to servicing a customer and a client. This is just a brief of what Selvin was saying, and how it. So this is a geographical presence, as we are basically we started off from Rajasthan. So there is a long presence which is there in Rajasthan of 109 odd branches, and we are spread across. Second is happy to share where we are sitting. We are close to 49 odd branches in Maharashtra itself. So this is something we feel pride in terms of saying that we are there as a partner to each and every project which the government is bringing in, which the affordable segment is bringing in, so as to we serve the customer whenever the need is there. Uh, we have third largest in Gujarat in terms of the number of branches. So we are ever expanding into it. And latest entry, unfortunately, which we were not able to do is yesterday our MD in Tamil Nadu as well. So that is where our commitment towards ever-growing sector of affordable, ever-growing need of servicing the customers. It's our commitment that we have been expanding the branches in a very aggressive way. This segment, if I would say, this is a brief snippet. We say that the segment where we are funding, it's very much less risk prone as compared to a segment wherein the customer is might be a risk prone. The quality of portfolio in terms of stage 3 or stage 1 and 1 plus DPD has given us a confidence that where we are going in terms of funding the customer, servicing the customer, and in partnership with government sectors like where we are as of now, it is a right segment to go into it because this segment is less prone to risk. It is where we can take a calculative decision, even if there is a slight cost risk which we have to increase. Then the portfolio quality over a period of time which we have built speaks in itself of having all the more aggressive partnership or on the more potential which is there in terms of serving the customers. And happy to share that this is one of the industry best in terms of the NPA portfolios, the least in terms of what any of the NBFCs are there. So this is India's best portfolio what we are having. While we are, a company where, we have been ever growing, Avas has not left, in terms of ensuring that we are there socially and economically also responsible into it. Certain social initiatives which we have taken, like Gram City or like Vishwa project where we provide basic schools etc. So for the safety of persons who are working into the project, or towards development, towards education and holistic development of people out there. These are the social initiatives which we have taken. Also, it's really great to share with eminent personalities sitting out here that we are the only company, one of the few companies who had in terms of having a green certification from IFC. So that is where we are ensuring that the customers who are having an individual houses also are green certified, so as to they reap the long term benefit of the green housing projects also. So these are a few initiatives which we as a company have taken, and that has actually resulted in terms of ensuring that we are a socially responsible company as well. Affordable housing PMAY, for which all the eminent personalities are sitting out here. This is a brief in terms of our USP by Avas. Now, Avas is in terms of funding the low and middle income segment in semi and rural areas, as I have shown in the previous slide that we have reached 371 odd branches. Loans which we extend to the customers are credit worthy. Now, these customers are basically new to bank or who doesn't have score. So that is where the underwriting of the customers has taken a lot of it requires a lot of touch and feel experience which has to be there. So that is our USP which we are driving to ensure that the quality portfolio and we are able to serve the customer in a better way. We have a 100% in-house assessment team wherein the credit appraisal as well as collections as well as sales happens inbound only. It is not towards setting up of a third party for sourcing or for underwriting. This has given us a lot of confidence in understanding the customers so we are future ready as and when the need and demand comes in. Faster processing of loans, minimum documentation, as we all are aware that the customer segment which we are funding, they might lack in terms of the documentations which are there. They may not have a formal ITRs or they may not have a formal bank slip, salary slip, etc. So these customers require these customers require a personal discussion so as we can arrive towards a loan eligibility of a particular individual. So these are the USPs of few of the things which we do in Avas. Comparing to the government side of regulatory side, we put up to 90% of the allotment value, so as the best possible solution can be given to an individual. This is something which is really exciting and which which Selvin also was saying that we have partnered with the ULBs. So I lies with close to 102 odd ULBs, and Gujarat is one of the states followed by Madhya Pradesh, where Prakshiji was rightly saying in terms of the TPA part or in terms of the PLC part or in the slum rehabilitation part. All these things, we have very close time on the major governments, and my portfolio spread across 19,000 customers, which is led by Gujarat and followed by Madhya Pradesh, and Maharashtra, Rajasthan are the few of the places where we have the reach and what the customer base also into it. These all are particularly customers who are ULB customers, wherein the allotment happens. They have been looking for a funding partner, and Avas as a company has been really happy to partner the journey along with the various ULBs. Uh, these are some of the MOUs which we have signed. My colleague Pankaj has been really, proactive enough to ensure that housing or whenever there is, a new project comes in, we have, our presence. So we are here to serve the customer. We are here to serve and partner with the ULPs which are present. So we have partnered with, Gujarat, SUDA, this is Authority, or MADA, SIDCO, Vadodara, Development Authority, AMC, etc. are few of the MOUs which we have executed over time. And why I would like to hop onto this is this actually MOU has given us that kind of trust and faith that we can service the customer because of the partnerships and because of the guarantees that the government is giving in terms of might be in PPA, in terms of MOU or in terms of sharing the list of the companies of successful allottees, so we can ensure that we are there to fund the customer. Uh, this vision of ours has been very strongly harped upon by our MD and CEO, Chief Secretary Vendor also, that we are here to serve the unserved and the underserved and the underbanked. So the customers, I'm sure, which we all are focusing on, there is a need to understand the customer. That is where our USP, our partnership, our role would be crucial in terms of ensuring that we are there so as to the successful allottees are having a successful funding as well. The spread in terms of 75% plus of our branches in tier 3 cities. Also, we have close to 12 odd, branches in Mumbai itself has given us a reach, has given us a platform to serve the entire area. Customers might be a place like Mumbai where we are standing as of now, or else to a small place which is might be Nasik or the suburbs of Solapur, etc. The profiles which we fund typically are small vendors, vegetable shop owners, food shop owners, or people who are into transportation, typically auto drivers or auto rickshaw people or security people who are there. So these all are self-employed people who actually do not have an access to easy credit, and that is where Avas over a period of 14 plus years have developed expertise to ensure that we are here to fund the customers. When it comes to the salaried side, we are funding customers typically who are into the cash salary segment, who doesn't have an income proof. So all these customers who are actually the real customers in need of a, so we are there, Awas is there in terms of ensuring that the tagline also says "Sapne aapke saath hamara." So that is where we actually want to live up to the dreams of what we say. A brief snippet of where we have been funding in UP. We have funded on all these projects which we have shown into the slide. This is again, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Gujarat again. So, these are the places or these are the projects which, have been built. And it gives me a really pride to say that the projects or the quality of construction or, projects which, the various government authorities have made. This is at par. I would say at par with the Cat A builders which are there. So the quality of construction, the quality of the timeliness of completion, zero default in terms of the properties, etc. Has this is something phenomenal, and I would like to applaud the agencies or the ULBs for constructing such wonderful houses. So this was a brief from my side, wherein how Avas has been there in terms of partnering the journey. I really thank Elets and all the eminent authorities out here who have given us an opportunity to introduce Avas and to partner Avas with each one of you so as to we can be there for the growth journey looking forward. Thank you very much.
So any Q&A if you want, you can. If you want anyone to ask anything, yeah, please.
So,
We are already present in Karnataka.
Sir, Karnataka, basically we started our operations recently only. We are very much aggressive in terms of RGH. As of now, we are partnering with the government authorities from RGHCL to ensure that we are there as a partner into the allotment side from Bangalore. We are having, a very deep study and we are already in terms of, as and when the allotments are actually happening now. So we are already there, sir, as a partner in Karnataka, in Bangalore to be particular, of RGHCL, sir.
Urban, rural segment, where you see the coastal Karnataka, where you have shown in the picture that you are working with auto drivers, truck drivers, salaried and unsalaried. But these people, see, they need the protection because see, the houses are disaster-prone houses. Are you looking at it, or have you looked at it? Because this is the need of the hour in Karnataka. Especially, we work with fishing communities and coast. So
People are into coconut farming, people are into fisheries.
fisheries in particular.
Can I know your name, sir?
My name is Sudhakar Mal.
Sudhakar, sir.
Yeah.
So,
We run about 19 non-government organization working on various verticals. And especially in Maharashtra, we have our USP is that we rehabilitated, rehoused, relocated 53,000 families who are known as influencers. But we took old time money.
That's really great, sir. So basically, when it comes to sir expansion, as we shown in the previous slide, we started our journey, so that is from north, from Rajasthan particularly. So we are in phase of expanding towards the southern side. Yesterday we opened our first branch in Tamil Nadu, as I said to So we are in process sir, of expanding towards the deeper geographies. We are not very aggressive in terms of funding it, opening up all the places. So as a management decision, we are opening up step by step into various places. And I'm sure what I know and would sell will also would
Yeah, yeah. Now, maybe this year we are planning to open around 24 branches in Tamil Nadu. Okay. Gradually, we'll go to AP Telangana. Okay, this is the south where we are going to be present.
I was not able to hear you, sir.
Do you have any blueprint for Karnataka branches which you are going to
Yeah,
open?
we will personally meet if you want,
So
and we will share you the.
I would request Pankaj, our licensing head from
Yeah.
Maharashtra. Pankaj, if you can liaise with sir and we can, see that where, they are having a requirement and how best we can.
So we'll be sure.
Thank you.
Are we dealing in refinance? Is NHB is the main mobilizing the finance? National Housing Bank.
So our company is recognized by NHB for refinance, sir. So
Okay.
we do avail refinance and
Measure of the loan which you are lending is from refinance or
well, we have a healthy CAGR of almost 45 odd percent. So as and when we required, so our cost of funds any which ways is at very much in control. So if the need arises, definitely we seek financial assistance from NHB for refinance. So we are authorized or we are recognized for refinance from the NHB also. Sir.
and so, what is the lending rate? Lending, customers?
So that's a risk-based pricing which is there, and the range is from 10% to 12 odd percent. But I cannot fix up a particular rate into it because this is a segment, as I said to you, which is unserved, underserved, and unbanking. So wherein you are actually taking a risk on a customer wherein who doesn't have a credit history, wherein who doesn't have any other prior history of lending. So it's a risk which is adjusted as per the cost of funds and the company policies.
Can be in the sector is very difficult and low income group. So they actually is a good sign that the nationalized bank fails to finance them. You have, took a very lead role, but the reduction in rate of interest is the major issue, sir.
See, as Rajiv, what we do is our starts to 10%. Okay. If any customer who's having, so if he is capable to pay that amount, then we ensure that we give a review for the customer to customer. As in mostly in government project, we are doing 90%. Okay, it's not that for 90% project, it means that this income should be there for. But if on the basis of his actual, बोलते हैं ना, जो उसका cash income है, we consider
Cash
that
flow.
cash income.
Yes.
Cash flow देखते हैं हम लोग. For example, we have multiple customers like in Bombay, we have ordered most of the Pani Puri customer, Pani Puri wala.
सर बट व्हाट हैपेंस सर एक्चुअली रेगुलर ट्रेडिशनल केसेस में जहाँ पे आईटीआर होता है वहाँ पे वो इजीली लोन सैंक्शन होता है जहाँ पे कैश फ्लो सिस्टम पे आप एनालिसिस करते हैं दे हैव अ रेगुलर सोर्स ऑफ इनकम बट दे डोंट हैव द प्रूफ
For example, I'll give you an example. जैसे कि वो पानी पूरी वालों को हमने जो फंड किया, ठीक है, वी फंडेड एक वो गवर्नमेंट प्रोजेक्ट नहीं था हमारा का, उसको हमने कुछ 9-10 लाख दिया, उसका अर्निंग कैपेसिटी था बट रिटर्न फाइल नहीं कर रहा था, ठीक है, बट हम लोग ने उसके उसके पास जाके उसको असेस किया कि दिन में कितना गला बनाता है, तो 2,500-3,000 का गला होता है, उसमें कॉस्टिंग 1,000 ही है, तो महीने का दिन का 2,000 कमा रहा था वो, ऑन डॉक्यूमेंट नहीं था, तो वी फंडेड इन 9 लाख.
विथ व्हाट रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट
देखा फिर तो 7%.
सर अभी ये तीन सपोज दिस कस्टमर ये 20 साल तक आपका होम लोन लेता है तो ये फर्स्ट ईयर क्यों प्रॉब्लम है कैश फ्लो सिस्टम का बिकॉज ही डिडंट हैव द डॉक्यूमेंटेशन आपका लोन लेने के बाद 3 साल के बाद में उसने रीपेमेंट प्रॉपर किया है,
हम
रिड्यूस करते हैं सर?
of course, yes.
And
It's
when
not
we
that we have seen every funding is on the basis of the risk. Okay. For example, if HR dominated customer has come with 9% is a grant, we can't see any risk on that customer. Okay. If there is no income flow, so there is a risk. So we take 2 to 3% higher. But we ensure that if the track is weak, we reduce the rate.
यही सैंपल केस में 11% का कितने तक रिड्यूस होता है सर?
डिपेंड करता है मार्केट में जिस तरह से प्रोविजन है, नाउ 9, 9.5, 10 डिपेंड करता है वो.
ओके, थैंक्स.
so thank you very much for giving us the time and opportunity. And we look forward for reaching partnership with each one of the ULBs. Thanks a lot.
Well, thank you so much, and absolutely very informative, and I must say a very interactive session, ladies and gentlemen. Well, now I shall call upon Shri Sandeep Deshmukh, Secretary Slum Rehabilitation Authority, Government of Maharashtra, to please come and felicitate our partners who have given a fabulous presentation. Well, thank you, Rajiv Johnson, Vertical Head of Ours Financials Limited, along with Selvin Utman. Fabulous presentation, a very interactive one. Please accept the mementos from us. Can we have a huge round of applause for both of them? Thank you. Absolutely amazing. Thank you. Thank you, Shri Sandeep Deshmukh. Thank you for joining, sir. Well, now let's move ahead. It's time to get going, and the special address will it is. And I shall now call upon and request Mr. Samnesh Joshi, Deputy Director General, Ministry of Communications, Government of India, to join us on a stage. I think we should have a huge round of applause, everybody. Let us hear it from him for his vision and expertise.
Very good afternoon to everyone. Morning we heard very many speakers and a lot about housing infra, right? And I'm just give another direction that right now we all speak about the everything is smart city, smart traffic, smart systems, smart devices, everything should be smart. And in any smart city, when you develop anything or any infrastructure, many applications are there, right? And they are communicating with each other to take the decisions. So, what is our idea for the sustainable development? Anyone who's residing in those type of townships, buildings, or city should have a very good quality of life, right? And with the sustainable development of the ecosystem. So here connectivity plays a very important role because without connectivity, we can't communicate, we can't take decisions. Right? And so it is utmost required to have this piece very important in the entire ecosystem. And what is happening today now, era of AIML and IoTs and 5G, now we have to again think that how we can reap the benefit of the technology available along with the connectivity. So Internet of Things, so that is coming, in a very big way. As on date, also IoT is working, that is the internet part. With the introduction of the 5G, I can say with the proud that India is the country where we have rolled out 5G in a very fastest manner. All those IoT sensors, whether it's a traffic, now if you have a real-time data, so you can spoon on the traffic also, you can divert the traffic in the real time. Many things you can do because congestion will be removed. And ultimately, all are leading to less pollution or the net zero and less carbon emission, etc. So because we have to use those data using the algorithm and take the decision automatically. So further, in the parking lot also, right, where the vacant parking is there, so that also we can use the sensor based in that parking lot also. Energy, of course, smart metering we are using, and all the IoT-based meters are there, and on automatic reading going to the electricity company, and many decisions we can take, and we can save lots of energy with the smart lightings and all across the cities. All these things are leading, to the sustainable development of city and making the life of the resident very easy. And even from the area, cyclone prone, flood prone, early warning signal, right? That also come from the IoT devices. Lots of data will come. Even water quality that we are drinking, right? And that should be potable or not. That is also coming to the IoT sensors. So if anything, any change in the quality, immediately alert will be there, and we can take the immediate action. So we have to be in this smart environment. And there's a huge scope of these IoT devices. And even the environment, pollution level is going up or down, which area is having the, what is the pollution level, and maybe we can stop the vehicles in that particular area, more pollution are there, or we can take some decision. Even the water clogging is there, for example. Even in the Mumbai, we also seeing lots of places because of the rain, it's very, jam 30 minutes, 40 minutes. So can't we use those type of devices in the planning itself? Idea is whatever we are planning or designing the city, now we should put all these sensors in place right from the beginning. So the system will work, in a very awesome manner. And again, in the buildings or the flat also, because in coming days, whatever you are seeing, your AC or TV or fridge or maybe door and sensors are there, right? So those sensors keep generating the data, right? Because in future, the new generation, are very tax heavy, and we want everything on the plate, and decision is to be taken by the all AI/ML algorithm. So that we have to design. So connectivity is really, really very important, and then we have to ensure or design in such a way that we should have proper signal, proper bandwidth, high speed bandwidth. Otherwise, as on date, also if some presenceless or the cashless. So thank you very much. I will not take much of the time. There are something that we have taken the initiative. I have shared with you, and I should not be, a stop between your lunch and so lunch is waiting. Thank
Well, definitely. I think we should have pause for Mr. Sumnesh Joshi. Well, thank you so much for guiding us. Incredible contribution, and of course, a very significant one. Well, thank you for letting us know we just do not need smart cities and smart development. We also need secure cities and secure development. Thank you. And let's get going. And of course, like you said, the lunch has to wait for just like next 10 to 15 minutes because we have some fabulous panel discussion coming up on the way. Like as urbanization continues to expand, it also faces a lot of challenge. Of course, the population which is overgrowing while minimizing the environmental footprint as well. Let's get going. I have one of the most special and expertise panel joining us today on the stage, discussing and highlighting some of the most fabulous topic. Well, let's get going. Now I shall call upon one by one our leaders on stage. Starting with, I'll call upon Bhushan Desai, Deputy Chief Engineer, Mahara. Can we have you on stage for a super amazing panel discussion? And a huge round of applause for him, everybody. Along with Om Prakash Devate, Commissioner and Administrator. Can we have a huge round of applause for him as well? Joining them on stage is another expertise leader, Samin Unhale, State Joint Commissioner, Municipal Administration, Government of Maharashtra. And of course, the key moderator who shall be taking and forward and guiding this phenomenal session will be Dr. Ravi Gupta, founder, CEO, Elets Technomedia, editor-in-chief, eGov magazine.
So we have this last session before this lunch. So let me request our speakers to join in, and we have this topic on sustainable urban development, integrating green infrastructure and smart city technologies. So on one side, we are talking about growth in housing, but as we increase the housing, we increase the pressure on the urban infrastructure. So we need sustainable urban development also. So let me request Samir Unhale ji to first of all talk about sustainable development issues and how it can balance with the growth in housing.
So very good afternoon. I'm trying to extend your lunch, time for lunch, so sorry for that. So I'll be very brief to the point, and I hope the points we discuss will be helpful to you in your actual functioning. So the specific words I take now is one is green, second is smart. So we'll try to dwell 5 sentences each on them. Green started with pollution, then went to global warming, then went to ozone hole, then to global warming, and now carbon is the new Saturn or new Satan. So the discourse of last 50 years shifted from pollution to carbon, and that encompasses the thinking behind what actually green city ought to be. So essentially, what we look at green cities would be a sufficient amount of green cover. It could be along the street, along the green park, recreation parks, and the usual land use planning norms that have been mandated by the relevant statutes of the respective states. So environmentally, we have to ensure that the load that the city creates on the biodiversity, on the air, land, and water pollution is sufficiently factored into the city planning and then implemented by way of projects that and budgeting and execution of that. That could be one way of looking at catering for the green context of the city. Second, when we use the word smart, it is not defined anywhere. So it has a range of activities that we normally do for a city. It could ideally also start with intelligent functioning of city processes. Like if I think transport is a major pain point for all of us. We have to travel along the cities, and we see many of the traffic jams. So what can be done for that? So one approach could be the smart city approach, which essentially uses all the available technologies to make the life of citizens better and maybe less miserable. So that could be the simplest way of looking at what a smart city could be. In the context of traffic, let's have less traffic jams. What can be done? Yes, we have the Google Maps, we have the area smart signaling of the traffic, and also at the planning approach, we could be having more public transport which is fueled by, say, electricity. So in Mumbai, we are seeing huge expansion of metros, which is being done through MMRD and other institutions. So when we talk of green, when we talk of smart, it is inevitable part for our urbanization that the next maybe 5, 10, 15 years that we're looking at, the lives of the citizens has to be not only less miserable but more enjoyable. And how to achieve that would be the context of smart and maybe green approaches to the cities. I think I'll stop here. Thank you.
Excellent inputs. Thank you, Nalaji. Uh, Let me request Om Prakash Dirate, who is Commissioner and Administrator of Pichal Karanji. Uh, uh, like if you're going to talk about these sustainable development issues in urban planning and urban management.
Good afternoon, all. First, I would like to thank you, MHADA, Elets, and the organizers for such a wonderful audience and discussions that are arranged by them. As a sustainable development, we can affordable housing and infrastructure. We can say that these are the two sides of a coin, without which the sustainable development is not possible. And in cities like Mumbai, the land cost is very high, where already there is landlocking. Similar situations are there in some other areas like Kolhapur, where there are landlocking because of the river and all geographical constraints. Even beyond Thane also, in Bhiwandi district also, there are some forest lands and all. So land prices are rising up, and therefore affordable housing, we have to focus making available the lands by getting cleared the slums. Of course, clearing the slums is not such a simple task, but if we assure dwellers that they are going to be, definitely they are going to be part of that development. They are going to get the uh, home in that particular development. Then they are ready. We have evolved some projects like that. We evolved in Kolhapur also, in Thane also, PSUP projects done. So if land availability is done in such a way, then definitely the infrastructure development is possible. And then sustainable development, towards the sustainable development, we can start. We can. So making available land, what are the challenges? So these challenges must be addressed by the system, by the government, and assurance must be given to those slum areas. Now, there are some acts like Multiwari Act. Multiwari Act, actually, the act was uh, it was formed for Sangli, where there were some small size plotting was done, and what could be done. There was no any system in place where these small plots can be regularized. But then later on, what happened? The timeline, which was earlier, it was 2000, that again extended. Then again, it is getting overburdened the infrastructure. So these issues must be addressed in a proper manner. then only the sustainable development is possible. Already, Honorable Joint Director, Municipal Administration, Shri Kunal sir has mentioned nicely about the green development. So, green development is a proper way to go ahead for the sustainable development, which will make happier all the say the homeless citizens which are there. Now, here in morning, Raymond Reality has showcased their projects in Thane. I would say it can be say रोटी कपड़ा और मकान तीन चीजें जरूरी रहती है तो उसमें से रोटी नहीं लेकिन कपड़ा और मकान रेमंड ने अभी देना शुरू कर दिया है तो लेटेस्ट होप जो नेसेसिटी है सिटीजन्स की towards sustainable development this reality stalwarts will definitely provide with the help of good governance from the administration and government. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. We can have a round of applause for the great knowledge and also uh, Prakash. And let me request Mr. Motion Desai, who is the Chief Engineer for ADA, to talk about green development and sustainable development initiatives.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am the last minute change and the last involvement in this led panel. So I'm not much prepared. I was here for just as a listener, but now I have to discuss. So see now with lots of construction activities in Mumbai nowadays, now construction industry has become a biggest carbon emitter. One of the biggest has become a biggest carbon emitter. So we have to adopt for green infrastructure through sustainable practice. What is the sustainable practice? It is revolve around three R, that is reduce, reuse, and recycle. Mumbai has a scarcity of spaces, and here the redevelopment is very predominant. And nowadays, redevelopment of slums, redevelopment of old buildings are taking place. It is one of the biggest contributor in development industry. So, green infrastructure can be achieved through recycling and reusing old materials. Old demolished building, from old demolished building, we can use bricks, metal, stones, even some electrical materials also. If we can use old wooden structures when it get demolished, we can use it as for some aesthetic use also. Uh, though reusing and recycling uh, is a time spending activity. And in Mumbai, everything is on fast track. So it may not be possible at this stage. The constant support and with constant support from government and some uh, rules and regulation, we can achieve it in the future also. There another one is waste management. So we can use, we can go for the waste management. We can segregate the waste from the from the ongoing projects. To minimize the waste, we can use prefab structures, uh, aluminum formwork, bar bending at factory, bar bending at the factory outlets only, and we can minimize the waste. We can use uncompatible material for the landfill also. Then there is another aspect is reduction in pollution. So there is lots of requirement in to reduce the pollution through the construction industry. So we can adopt for smog, smog, smog reduction machines, dust suppression method, some water efficient technologies, and then also uh, uh, I'm so sorry, I'm not much prepared, but that's it. Thank you.
Excellent inputs. And I think we are highly delayed here for lunch, and I can see on the faces of the audience that everyone is hungry. Right.
Just I would like to add one point. Now I am on Chalkaranji Municipal Corporation as commissioner. There we are facing some different sort of problem. Here in Mumbai, vertical development, dwellers are ready, but there we are proposing the vertical development, but those dwellers are not ready to occupy in the vertical development. They want the ground one, ground plus two story buildings, and there are some we cannot occupy more of dwellers in that. The land requirement is very in that case. So such problems we are facing there. Thank you so much.
Great input. Unali ji, you want to give a closing remark?
ज्यादा बात नहीं करेंगे, लोगों का भी हलचल हो गई है। एक ही बात कि सप्लाई साइड असेसमेंट जो होता है हाउसिंग सेक्टर का, अगर सप्लाई साइड कम ज्यादा लैंड अवेलेबल होना चाहिए, पैसा अवेलेबल होना चाहिए, ये 2 चीजें रहती हैं। एंड दैट इज द क्रक्स ऑफ द गेम। लैंड मोर लैंड हैज टू मेड अवेलेबल और जो प्लानिंग टूल है अभी प्लानिंग इंस्ट्रूमेंट का एफएसआई का, if the plot owner is making expenditure for developing infrastructure for that, he could be given more additional FSI, and so the burden of the person will go down for providing the infrastructure support for that. That I mean, just सर के साथ भी चर्चा करते वक्त point आया था कि probably we should be using the planning tools more smartly to boost the supply side of the housing sector. Thank you.
Great inputs. And I think we will like move the session here, and I'll go for the lunch. And I thank our esteemed panelists for joining in. Thank you, everyone.
What a fabulous panel, and I must say a little short one, but due to the lunch, of course, I'll request Dr. Ravi Gupta to please come forward to felicitate one by one panelists for the absolutely amazing expertise session that has been taken place right now. It was very short and sweet, yes, of course. And lunch is definitely calling. Please be with me. Till we felicitate our panelist. I'll request Bhushan Desai, Deputy Chief Engineer Mahara, to please come forward and accept the memento. Bhushan, please join us in accepting the memento. Everyone, a huge round of applause. Requesting Mr. Samir Unhale, State Joint Commissioner, Municipal Administration, Government of Maharashtra, to accept the memento. Thank you so much for maintaining this best and valuable input, sir. We wish we could hear it more from you. Thank you so much, Om Prakash, Deputy Commissioner and Administration, IMC. Very, very amazing thoughts and inputs are very valuable. I'll request all the panelists to please join us on center stage with the mementos and the magazine for a group picture. Well, I think before we head for the lunch, थोड़ा सा जो energy है वो तालियों में लगा दीजिएगा जरूर. And of course, I know that lunch is calling. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'll not keep you waiting. Let's retire for lunch quickly, and we shall be seeing each one of you at sharp 3 p.m. Please be on time as we have another two fabulous panel discussion happening on the way. Be there at 3 p.m. sharp. Until then, of course, have lunch, explore, and keep sharing ideas to make us together grow strong.
Yeah, good. It's the lunchtime is yet to get over. People are finishing. So, and many people are sitting here must be wondering how a oil and gas company person is infrastructure very deeply connected. Infrastructure, okay, with housing also is deeply connected when you talk about oil and gas, because oil and gas is the primary motive power between your all the movements, the mobility, what you talk about. And today, few of the speakers earlier to me had talked about green and sustainable and those developments. So this is the area where we are coming. And today, as I stand here, I'm not talking about HPC as an oil and gas major or the fossil fuel company. I'm trying to discuss with you the net zero initiatives, green initiatives. And here before me, the speakers, the panels, they also talked about the sustainable development infrastructure. Here, Hindustan Petroleum Corporation is going to play a very, very important role. Today, most of the speakers, at least a few of them whom I heard, they have talked about smart cities, smart towns, smart infrastructures, all those areas they discuss. And uh, I was just trying to look into some talks on the green part. Nowadays, people have been talking about huge infrastructure development happening in Mumbai, in and around Mumbai, across India. How much of them is sustainable and green? Because India today we have a rating. You are is giving green rating. We have IGP Council is talking about the ratings of the infrastructure, housing, everything is there right now. But are this is being taken into consideration when you plan a project, infrastructure project? All those ratings which Green is giving, but you have to get 50 points out of the 30 parameters what they've defined to call your project, infra project, as a green project. So how many of those projects are green? Are these ratings being done? Are these being done across? That is very, very important because this, if you talk about the entire life cycle of a project, of infra project, right from the sourcing of the raw, when you talk about the bricks, when you talk about the cement, then talk about the steel, are they green? You talk about any project sitting here and when I'm sitting in this building. Are we aware of the embedded carbon which is there in this building, in the infrastructure, or across project is coming up? When I talk about embedded carbon, it's the brick use, the fire used to make the brick, the power used to make it, the steel which is being used, how much carbon emission is happening, the cement which is being used. Are we sitting on this embedded carbon here? The rating has been done, going on. Is it not? So right from the beginning, when you design a project, the raw material stage, the usage stage, when as an occupant, how much I'm green conscious, what sort of lights I'm using, the LED lights, the power conservation, energy conservation measures, and then disposal, demolition of the project. How to dispose the entire product life cycle of any infrastructure projects. It has to be sustainable, green, and there are policies just coming up where the carbon embedded is being measured now. So I thought I'll just give a hint about the green aspect because housing infra summit, there is a lot of things to be done on green as well as sustainable. I'll just come to the petroleum part just to give an hint what is happening there. HPCL, at a glance, I just wanted to show you it's a Maratha company. It's the second largest company in India as oil and gas major. So, what are the key levers for net zero? What we have identified as an oil and gas major? And here again, I'm talking about the smart infrastructure. Because here, session is on infrastructure, so I will talk about that. I'll talk about waste management, water management, energy conservation, mobility, what all contributing as regards green is concerned, and what are the challenges in the way forward. Yes, HPCL is a 100 years old company. We are basically working in the American company, which was nationalized in 1974, and then SOM and Caltex and the Loop India, everything got merged, and then we became government of India company. We have a huge cross-country pipeline, second largest, more than 5,000 kilometers. Huge LPG network of more than 9 crore customers are there. If you talk about LPG, 22,000 retail outlets. All this, what I'm talking about, customers, retail outlets, everywhere, we have done green initiatives we have taken. And these all retail outlets are, of course, falls part of are the part of infra. Infra, a lot of actions are happening there. This is at a glance the performance what we have done. 46 million metric tons we have done last year. The pipeline. Here comes the renewable part. We are very active in wind and solar. The green part, the green energy part, what you're talking about, and more than 16, 17,000 outlets. What we have got out of the 22,000, we have solarized. We are using solar power. We are into green hydrogen business, so natural gas. You are seeing CGD gas pipelines. Today, when you talk about infra housing projects, a lot of pipe gas is coming. This pipe gas, HPCL is present there. We are present in 24 geographical areas, supplying a clean fuel and a clean gas for a sustainable housing project. And talking about JVs, again, JVs and subsidiaries, if you are about doing subsidiaries. And we have got our own 100% owned HP Green Renewable Company. This is the refineries what we are having across in Vizag and Mumbai, in HML Batinda, that's a Vittal group. Then we have got stake in MRPL and HML. Our own big refineries coming in Rajasthan right now, HRL. Greenfield refinery, you have using greenfield refineries coming, and a lot of green measures are being taken. Huge infrastructure happening, development is happening there. Here, the focus is we're talking about green, sustainable. A lot of actions are happening there in our R&D. R&D is called green R&D because wood power is green, hydrogen use is green, entire system what is used there right now, development is happening. And we are working on various areas like biofuels, petchem. Biofuel is another area. You're, most of you are using cars nowadays, which are primarily CNG driven cars. We are using gasohol, so a 20% blend is happening nowadays. 12% blend, ethanol blending is happening. Again, there is a clean fuel we're talking about. Biodiesel is getting blended in diesel. A lot of things are happening on cleaning aspect. Why the oil companies, HPCL is the pioneer. There's a various structure what you're talking about. When we talk about terminals, we call smart terminals. There are also a lot of actions are happening as regards IoT, digitalization, green, all those aspects of automation, all those aspects. Our aviation facilities that we are seeing that are actually right for cooling of the aircraft. There also we are getting into sustainable aviation fuel making now, and we are going to supply, especially the international airlines, as per the mandate, sustainable aviation fuel. Just at a glance, I was trying to show what we are doing now. Here, the CNG outlets we are supplying clean fuel rather than the liquid fuels. EV charging is another area I'll talk about because here, when you talk about infrastructure, smart cities, smart townships, the EV charging facilities is there, and we are very aggressive in that area. And both food and finished product pipeline, including LPG, petrol, diesel, kerosene pipeline, the country. The administrative setup, you're seeing the direct sales, consumer accounts, LPG business line, lubricants, retail, across zones. So we are there. I talked about this green R&D lab, which is there right now. So here, very important when we are working with batteries. We talked about lithium and lithium batteries. Engines, we are talking about flex engines, where the green fuel aspect comes. There we are working. A lot of bioprocess, biotechnology, green hydrogen areas. Last year highlights I had showed you. This slide is very specific here. Like there's celebrating 75th year Marta, we are celebrating our 50th year. It's a golden jubilee year for us this year. Here are the various joint ventures, more than 20 joint ventures are there. There you will see at the extreme bottom right corner is HPRG, it's a 100% subsidiary. There's HP Renewal and Green Energy, which we have formed to fully focus on the green aspect and sustainable development. Now this talk about green or sustainable infra growth. Here is the strategy what we have designed in 1925 strategy. If you see the goal is primarily it is sustainable development, creating values and delivering growth. And the enablers, if you see, if you get into the enablers part, again, there is a focus on ESGs there, environmental, social, and governance. So ESG is right there in 2020. We had mentioned very important for us. Efficient process, safety, and you see the pillars investment in green and emerging opportunities. This is a very important for us when we talk about development and infrastructure growth. The refineries, the terminals, LPG, the pipeline, whatever we do, the structures and developments, it has to be a very sustainable and green. And here you see green and emerging opportunities. Net zero, we had announced right back in 2021 that we would achieve this by 2040. We have already planned investment around 60,000 crores to get into this, to maintain that we have got a very sustainable development across this period. And we have formed a dedicated energy transition cell and a lot of efficiency, energy conservation measures are being taken. Now, key levers to net zero, what we have identified as primarily six levers. One is efficiency improvement, be it the refineries, the terminals, or the bottling plants, then renewables. We already started the renewable. We have already got a portfolio of 200 megawatt wind and solar. Switch to biogas. A lot of CNG, CBG is getting manufactured by us now. Green hydrogen. We are the first oil company to start green hydrogen production in our refinery in Vizag. Carbon capture utilization and flare reduction of the refinery. So we have totally dedicated this huge investment for the green development of our infrastructure and production. Solar, I was talking about the portfolio we have got right now. Most of the outlets, when we talk about infrastructure, what we are developing, retail outlets, petrol pumps, are powered by solar right now. We are making EV charging facilities, as I showed you, 3,600 EV charging stations are there. 25 of our buildings are certified green buildings. I was talking about the green part when you talk about infrastructure. So are they going through this? Our DG sets, we are using biodiesel rather than being ourselves the manufacturer of diesel. We are promoting 100% biodiesel in the DG sets. I suggest most of the housing infrastructure companies they look into this. We are approaching many housing societies to start using biodiesel for reduction of carbon. CBG plants, compressed biogas, 370 tons per annum green hydrogen facility already started. 17,000 outlets is solarized now. We are not using green power. We are using green power now. Ethanol blending, as I was telling, 12% of the petrol what you're using in a car now is 12% blended with ethanol. So that part, again, the cleanest part, we are bringing it there. Smart infrastructure. Today, being an infrastructure summit, housing summit, I thought I would show you this 1761 outlets having that solar roof. You can see that we have started doing it. Most of them are having this built-in photovoltaic cells, these outlets. And 80% of them you can see solarized. We have got smart buildings across all already started putting up wind turbines, small vertical axis wind turbines in R&D and other locations for generating power. Again, the clean power. We want to get into that. This is quite feasible, possible in a smart city, a smart infrastructure. Battery swapping, especially the battery swapping stations, other than fast charging, we have put up 60, already put up 60 battery swapping stations, and we are tied to the two most top global players, Honda and Gogoro, for putting up these stations in India. Water management is very important aspect when you talk about the infra and housing. So this is one area where we have already started working. Fresh water withdrawal is almost at this level when you talk about the refineries. We are trying to bring down the water incident for being manufactured products. So we are very focused on that. We already done the rain water harvesting there. If you see the refineries, how much water they have recycled, the huge amount we have done. We are reusing. Somebody talked about use, recycle. So that's what has been happening there. A lot of water improvement things have been put up there. Recycling is happening, and employee awareness across our locations has been done on this water conservation measures. Waste management is again very important when we talk about smart infrastructure. This is being done here very aggressively. We are doing it. Solid waste management, refinery waste management, conversion into biofuels, conversion into biogas. We are getting into this, and we also started doing refinery. So you can see this is what we have done. What is the responsibility? We are very, we do not sell any product which is to e-waste. Hazard waste, used oil or lubricant collected, we are trying to recycle, use into some non-critical applications. And other waste, if you talk about metal scraps, everything is being treated and recycled. So this is very, very responsible, sustainable development what HPCL is following. Emission reduction, this is very important for us because emission reduction must be knowing the global oil and gas majors are contributing 50% of the global emissions. So 15%. So that is very important that you work on that. We are working on the air quality. If you talk about the smart cities, infrastructure, air quality is very, very important because this is without this we can't talk about today smart cities and infrastructure. There we are starting monitoring everywhere across the locations. Air quality monitoring devices are put. So we ensure that we are within that limit. And the specific energy consumption we're trying to get it down in all the refineries. So here, biodiversity, somebody talked about greening of the environment. When we are putting up a new refinery at Rajasthan, we are very, very aware and conscious about it. That's what is being done there, developing a green belt. Initiatives, the biofuel, I talked to the first company to start renewable energy with 100% subsidy. We have started 770 plants. We have started blending. 208 megawatt of renewable power has been brought in. We are putting up two new 6 megawatt and 5 megawatt. And this much generation has happened. This is our commitment to green India and sustainable India. Natural gas, for natural gas, Gujarat, at Chara, we are putting up a 1 million metric ton natural energy terminal for importing natural gas to supply clean fuel to Indian vehicles. We are putting up LNG stations, fuel stations, Gujarat and Rajasthan. So fuels, long haul vehicles are giving clean fuel. So that's what has been done there. And we have already commissioned the first LNG station there. So there is a lot of things happening in 25 GS European areas. I talked about pipe gas, water supply, 100% clean gas. So the effort is in that of making entire environment sustainable and green. E-mobility is another very, very important area what we talked about because HPC is the leader in this when we talk about e-charging. We are seeing a huge growth of EVs, especially in the two-wheeler segment and e-commerce segments. So EV stations, charging stations are very, very important, especially the fast charging stations, DC fast charging stations, as well as your lithium ion cell development and battery swap stations. In all these areas, you can see we are working. And not only that, HPC is one company where we are very, very actively collaborating with the startups. We are funding the startups, working with them. There's a lot of development disruptions happen in this, and we bring in new technology at a very, very fast. This is what we are handling areas with the startups. And we are investing in the startups and taking them forward. Both in EVs, the EV fleets, the lithium cell, EV chargers, everywhere we're working with them. Green hydrogen, we are out knowing that this is the fuel of the future, especially the long haul vehicles. Here we are working very actively. So a lot of things is happening. We are converting 5% of the refinery hydrogen requirement because refinery is the biggest consumer of hydrogen in India. Refineries as well as the fertilizer sector. So we are working trying to get into 5% conversion to green hydrogen, and we have started manufacturing. Green hydrogen, you're all aware of government has declared and support is coming from government. This, when you talk about clean cities, smart cities, this is going to play a very, very important role. And use, we have talked about various areas where green hydrogen will play a role, industry specifically, fertilizer, steel, methanol. When you talk about green steel for infrastructure, it's going to come from here. When you talk about green fertilizers, it's going to come from here. This is a very, very important area when you talk about green hydrogen, where it is playing a very, very, very crucial role. This is what we intend to do, get into this space across the coming years. And not only this, we are trying to get into the export market also for green hydrogen, apart from meeting the domestic requirement. This is aspiration when you talk about Amritsar to 2047, what our Prime Minister has talked about, what we want to get in during this period in green hydrogen, working with the pipeline. So pipeline is a different proposition. We are working on the metallurgy and then we are to get into this. It's not like a normal gas pipeline. And a lot of actions already were started taking. I told you about 370 tons per annum at Vizag. We have already put up Mumbai refinery and Barmer. We are working on that. We're working with PRC on the technology, technologies, and working with some JVs to develop business. And this is what I talked already about our capacities, what we have done in solar and this, and we planned investment of 800 crores, a huge investment. And it was very clearly mentioned, dioxide emission is very important for us to bring it down. I just wanted to show some, it may not be of much interest to all of you, but this is very, some of the areas which is constrained as regards to want to build up those plants, green plants, land is an issue, water consumption, specifically, how do you consume the water is important. So that is all of us is responsible to ensure that it's done properly. Hydrogen storage is very important. It's not that easy to do that storage. Transportation is going to be important. So way forward, this is what we have planned. We are going to start in the cities also hydrogen dispensers for the vehicles so that you get a clean fuel. Hydrogen transportation we're going to promote. Yeah, that's all. I thought I will talk only about this. So this is the endeavor what HSL is doing for a smart infrastructure, smart city, so that we all become a part of. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kushal Manji, for such an absolutely insightful presentation. I think on that note, after we had lunch, we should have a huge round of applause for him. Absolutely informative and a very knowledgeable industry presentation. And as I promised to you, that it's going to be a very power-packed presentation along with the power-packed panel discussions happening on this stage. Well, let's get going. Let's get talking about the next panel discussion coming up on the next segment. We're combining strengths, driving innovation, and enhancing efficiency. You might be thinking, what am I talking about? Well, I'm talking about public and private partnerships, driving innovation and efficiency in housing projects. Let's explore successful public and private partnerships models in housing sectors, best practices that have led to innovative housing solutions. Well, on that note, one by one, I shall be calling our industry leaders and experts, panelists, to share the knowledge and, of course, their insight on a very incredible topic like this. Well, it's an honor that they have joined us out of a very busy schedule. I'd like to call upon and put your hands together for Mr. Milind Pandurang Shambarkar, Chief Officer, Mumbai Building Repairs and Reconstruction, Government of Maharashtra. A huge round of applause for him, please. And thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule. We really want to hear your insights and your valuable inputs. Well, let's get going. We have another expertise opinion on this panel. Joining us, industry leader and expert Dr. Parthasarthi Mishra, Director cum Additional Secretary, Department of Public Enterprises, Government of Odisha. Well, we're glad to have you back, sir. Can we have a huge round of applause for him as well? Once again, let's get going with an expertise opinion and calling upon Sri Sandeep Deshmukh, Secretary, Slum Rehabilitation Authority, Government of Maharashtra. Huge round of applause for him, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much once again for joining in, sir. Calling upon Kushal Banerjee, Chief General Manager, Hindustan Petroleum Corporation Limited, to join this super fabulous panel and, of course, enlighten us with the valuable inputs. And of course, the moderator of this power packed panel discussion, a very talented Pooja Banerjee, Senior Assistant Editor, eGov. Can we have a huge round of applause for her, please? Everyone.
A very warm welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for to our brilliant delegates today as well since morning. I know I've been running around, and thanks to all of you for staying back and listening to all our esteemed delegates and esteemed speakers today. And so coming onto this topic today, sir, I would like to welcome all our very esteemed speakers today at this dais. And the topic today is public-private partnerships driving innovations, efficiency in housing projects. So I'd like to start with you, Dr. Partha, sir. If you would like to give us some opening remarks on the topic today.
Very good afternoon. Pooja, thank you for opening statement. Before I start, I will again quote Victor Hugo, the famous French novelist. He says, "No power on earth can stop an idea." In fact, today, public-private partnership has come. We cannot escape from this reality. No in government, without the partnership of the private sector, we cannot execute or count any policy decisions. So, particularly in the sector of housing, which is so very important, and providing affordable housing to the poor, poor or rural poor, the intervention of private sector is extremely important. Because government cannot escape involving all the stakeholders. So all the stakeholders should be involved because everybody has a very, very important role. Private sector, I mean, I don't just to builders. In terms of ideas, in terms of expertise, in terms of experience, in terms of suggestions, feedback, healthy criticisms, everybody we need to get into everything so that we can evolve a policy which will be comprehensive. That is what the whole idea is. Now the public-private partnership has become with the PMAY 1 and 2, both the editions, it has been started. I would, since in my last session I spoke about the Odisha's experience, what we have done during we are one of the first states to adopt this policy. So, 2015-16, we have started this public-private partnership in affordable housing. We adopted a policy called Odisha Urban Housing Mission. Under this mission, there were basically three verticals. One vertical is that since there is land constraint, everybody knows that there is land constraint. Thought that land, whichever land is available inside the urban area, the government is let us not move out these slum dwellers from their traditional location. Because if you see them 1 kilometer, 30 kilometers away from the city, that model will fail. It will never renting out or selling it out. So the same slum area, if it can be disabled by the government, no revenue laws is conflicting with this, then that particular slum area can be in situ, can be done. For that, a particular organization is engaged by the government of Odisha. It is the International Finance Corporation of the World Bank. They make a complete study and give a report by which we started this project. So in my next deliberation, I will say that how we give importance to private sector and how we have developed a mechanism whereby in terms of policy decisions, in terms of policy executions, in terms of audit, in terms of social and economic audit, engineering audit, and in terms of deliverables, how we have made different milestones we have done over the years.
Thank you so much, sir. I would love to ask this same question to Sri Sandeep Deshmukh, sir. If you would like to elaborate and tell us about your opening remarks on this topic today.
For such limitations, policies of SRA, Odisha, Maharashtra
In Maharashtra, the SRA is in function since 1995, and up till now we have delivered around 2.5 lakh houses to slum dwellers, and another 7 lakh houses are in pipeline. Basically, it is also public PPP model where it is done by the private people for public purpose, and some incentive they got, sale area and everything. But right now we are thinking that this all the model is based on the sale price. So model is not picking up. The government of Maharashtra is also doing on its own around 2 lakh houses, so that this model will get boost. Because there are some areas where sale price is less. So in that area, this PPP model is not working. But where sale price of the houses is more, this model definitely work. And I think Maharashtra is a pioneer in adopting this model.
So I think I'll ask questions or would you want to say yes, opening remarks, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. As Partha sir has told, we cannot escape from the reality of private partnership. It is inevitable part of the today's administration. If you look at the entire scenario of the government work, the entire administration, it may be health, it may be uh, PWD, communication and roads, it may be building, it may be in agriculture. Everywhere we are entering into the field of public and private partnership because government has limitations. Government can't venture into all sectors. We do really need help of the private sectors. And as Sir said, we have to get along with this. And I hope that all governments of India they have already adapted to this policy and they have been doing very well. And I hope that in days to come, this public-private partnership will get exposed and more developmental results. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to go over to Kushal Banerjee, sir, to talk about your opening remarks on this today's topic.
One very important aspect of the topic would you have kept for this panel? One important word in this is innovation. So to bring in innovation in a public-private partnership. So that best comes when we join hands together and leverage the strength of both public and private partnership. As the other panel members, respected panel members have talked about, yes, it is there everywhere, not only housing, roads, bridge, health, everywhere it is there. It can be in any form, like I'm talking about my own company, oil and gas sectors, what we are doing, as I talked to you about the startups. A lot of disruptive technologies are getting imbibed by us from them. We bring it from outside. A lot of new innovations are coming up because of that. So that's very, very vital. Today, one of the startups, when I was talking to him on the reduction of emission from a DG set, so I was telling him that the emission would happen from a DG set from across our terminals, our military outlets and pumps, bring something so that it gets reduced, bring down the reduction of carbon particles. He says, "Sir, why are you talking about this? Bringing down the reduction. I'll convert that carbon into ink. And your entire stationery, what you buy in your company, a government company, you print with that ink. No, I had never thought about it. I was only thinking about bringing down the emission. Thinking once a while, conversion of carbon into ink. That's what comes when you join hands together. What you talked about comes. Important. You want to progress, bring in new things, work together, join hands together. A lot of things will develop. That's what I convey. My own experience, I'm
Absolutely. Thank you so much for all your wonderful opening remarks. I would like to come to Partha, sir. How can public-private partnerships address the challenges of affordable housing and neither the public nor private sector can solve it? Elaborate on this answer.
As we have been discussing since morning, that the challenge for affordable housing has always been the availability of land and the quality of low cost housing we're doing for them, and the finance, obviously, finance would support, and all the stakeholders who will have their own interest, whatever they will be attracted towards this. Because what happens in a particular this affordable housing sector, as I told you in my earlier discussion as well, that the builders are not very keen for this. Because this is subsidy based, whatever subsidy is based, get from government. So they were not keen for this. So that is the reason what we have evolved actually when we adopted this little bit more profitable housing as per the PMAY guideline. We have constituted a consortium. This consortium is a very comprehensive consortium where we deliberately put RERA as a member, because every builder has to get a clearance from RERA for their own business purposes. So I thought that if the RERA would be there, at least the builder will say cannot afford to say no. That was strategically put there. So when the first day actually the RERA started in Odisha, and we kept them as one of the members, and the Builders Association and all other stakeholders, and it's a government panel headed by the chief secretary and couple of secretaries were there. So we have this consortium was constituted as per the recommendation of the IFC. And after this, when the BDA, the Bhubaneswar Development Authority, had given the land to the construction hall, the important is that whether the quality of construction is proper or not. So that is also one of the biggest challenges, because it's a low cost housing that cannot mean that we can do anything. So that monitoring was very important. For 3 years, we have a very roadmap, milestones, and everywhere there is a monitoring system, a group of technical people, the financial people, government officers. So a group of people constantly visiting and giving reports and all. And I'll tell you that for this initiative of the government of Odisha, Odisha is the only state which got the best innovative practices award from the Ministry of Urban Affairs, Government of India 2021. So this PPP mode adopted, as gentleman told you, yes, it has been implemented in 1995, and now it is now no longer it is filling up. What is important here? What innovations we are putting in? We must understand the why this particular the private not working. So it is fine. Since we are a welfare state, we have to go to the poorest of the poor people have to reach. Naturally, it is our duty bound that we have to find the reasons of this why it's not working. Because government has limitations. Government cannot be anywhere, everywhere. Cannot. In terms of ideas also, in terms of information also. I mean, always we need information. This in fact gives a lot of innovative practices. So the experiment has to be continuously in flux. It cannot be dynamic. It cannot be static. So that is what I'm telling you, that when we cannot escape from the idea of this PPP mode, we have adopted this, and Odisha government has a complete PPP cell headed by a secretary, a senior rank principal secretary. It's a department which is headed by one of the principal secretary, senior most officer of the state, for entire monitoring part across the department, not for housing, all other departments as well. So it is all about what practices you are doing and how transparently you are floating the tender and getting the responses from the builders, be it the construction, be it water supply, be it ecology, green technology is adopted or not, or how these beneficiaries are identified, whether they have the single window clearances or not, whether they are whatever they are investing and whatever they are doing, was it quality of there or not, all this is accordingly socio-economic rating is also to be done. So this has been the practice so far. We have a very good response, and in fact, we have been successful model because in Bhubaneswar we require around 80,000 houses. Out of that, I think 43, 45,000 houses are already done. So that is one of the models which has been succeeded. That is why I'm sharing my own experience. I was the PMC commissioner. I was also the CMC commissioner. We have experimented this. Succeeded. I can't say I can vouch that we have succeeded 100%, but we have succeeded in a very very significant way. So this can be experimented. Thank you.
Thank you so for sharing your perspectives on how the development government of Odisha is happening. So with that, I would like to come to Mr. Sambharkar, Milind Sambharkar, from government of Maharashtra. So I would like to ask you, like, driving innovation and efficiency in housing projects. In respect to that, I would like to ask you that in the island city of Mumbai, particularly South Mumbai, that is grappling with the challenge of redeveloping old and abandoned buildings. So, with over 13,000 buildings, I am told that around including 12,000 from the colonial period. So, how can this issue be effectively addressed, and what innovations is being implemented? If you could throw some light to our esteemed audiences.
Yes, you rightly said. As of today, we have 20,000 buildings. I wouldn't say every each and every building requires repair at this moment, but eventually they are going to be redeveloped. So if you look at the history of this repair board, it is pretty old board. It came into being in 1969. Through the journey of these last 55 years, board has done a lot of things. And you said the word challenge. So every time you come up with some policy challenges are always there. This board has withstood all challenges by changing the rules, regulation, adapting to the changing situation, and delivering to the needy people. Since initially when we began in 1969, development was going on per the existing FSI. In 1985, we shifted to 2 FSI. In 99, we increased that to 2.5. In 2009, we shifted to 3 FSI. Plus incentive of 70%. Later on, that incentive was changed to 100%. Also, the sizes of the tenements, rehabilitation tenements, was also increased from 225 to 300, along with the incentive and the fungible FSI, of course. So during this period, MADA has issued around 2,400 NOCs, which, which is going to house around 85,000 families. And out of this, half of the buildings have already been developed. So during this process, what people has told in the morning session, there were many challenges. The first challenge was that the tenants had no right to develop the properties. It was fully dependent on the owners. If the owners come forward with the proposals, then only we could move ahead. So there has been change in the policy. The first change was Government of Maharashtra introduced new section 79 in which now tenants have been given right to develop the property. The beauty of the 79 is that it is time bound and compulsory development. If you find a building which is dilapidated in condition, you notice for 3 months, later on for 6 months. If owner doesn't come forward, then automatically it moves on to the tenant. The tenant has to come up with the proposal within 6 months. If tenant fails, then MADA itself takes over the proposal and MADA develops the property. So the main beauty of 79 is compulsory development and time bound development. So this is going to be a really game changer in future. And we have already issued around 855 notices, and our deputy ministers are hearing the matters. And so far, we have received around 48 proposals. In such a short span of time, we have received 48 proposals that speaks about our success. The second amendment, which Government of Maharashtra has done in section 91A, it has happened in many cases that NOCs were issued to the developers, and developers stalled the project. They are not ready to develop the project, and the people were already dishoused. So 1901A was specifically issued for the projects where buildings were demolished and the tenants were shifted to either transit camp or for private accommodation, and they were not getting their tenements in time. So in such case, again, it is time bound and compulsory development. We issue notice to the sooner that should start work within 15 days. If not, then that land is acquired and it is developed by the MADA. So both the sections are going to be game changer. This was the biggest challenge MADA was facing, and MADA has already taken part to solve this challenge. And hopefully, in days to come, we believe that many more proposals will come. I'm happy to tell you most of the proposals which are received under 33(7) as of today under Section 79A have come from the tenants. So that speaks about the success of this section. So hopefully, in days to come, we'll definitely deliver. And as I said, it is really a big challenge for the city like this. It's a very congested city. For that, we have shifted to 39, 33(9) section, which goes for the cluster development. So 33(7) is either for individual building or for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 building. But cluster is something like that you can add more buildings in. You can have a cluster of 15, 20 buildings and you can redevelop. In that case, you get many more spaces like open spaces, garden, public utility land. So the decongestion in Mumbai can be done with develop another cluster only. So we hope to deliver more under 23(9). And as VP sir also told, we are coming up with the project of Kamatipura. Hopefully, in days to come, we are going to float it there. And eventually, you will come to know the biggest development that was coming in Mumbai.
Thank you so much, sir. So amazingly. I would like to, as we are running out of time, just like to come to sir. What role does PPP play in the slum rehabilitation authorities' initiatives, and how have they contributed to the innovation and efficiency in the housing projects?
Private partnership. As I already told you, our model is PPP. Now, in practices, when we have changed, so our initial surveys or our initial preparedness for the project, it is done through a private partnership or drone-based surveys there, and we enlisted some GIS-based companies. They do surveys for us, so that our cumbersome process are being made easier by the private player. They have the technology. And secondly, the basic private participation in slum redevelopment is not only in city. In Sanjay Gandhi National Park, there are more than 10,000 number of slum dwellers. The High Court had ordered that they should be resettled out of Sanjay Gandhi National Park. Now the government doesn't have that much machinery and that much space to house them. Private player come and he offered his land. And our 3310 3.11 regulation, he had built a PAP tenement for them. So now in this case, the private player offered more equity. He offered his land. That place we are only planning authority. And forest department got its work done. Otherwise, forest department doesn't have the ability to do the housing for them. In the whole process, everybody is happy. And this is, I think, the best example in work in PPP, public-private cooperation. Now, facing challenges and innovation. Nowadays, we saw that number of private builders have failed due to financial constraints. So we have innovated our approach. Now we have given the lenders those projects. The lender can't lose lend money to builders. So that there should be confidence in the financial sector that they lend to our projects, means SRA projects. They are not going to fail. They are not going to fail. And there is a protection for his money. Second approach is that we are not uh, the schemes done by the government JV mode. Government departments are doing some schemes which are not financially viable otherwise. That the lucrative scheme can be done by the private player, or this scheme can be. So anyhow, we are trying to go and take up the cause of affordable housing and giving the city a clean image.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I would like to come to Mr. Kushal Banerjee now. Can you share a case study of PPP that has significantly improved the efficiency in any of your projects in housing development?
Can talk about many because one of a lot of collaborations with top class players. In fact, whether it's automation or refining technology or the blending operation or the carousel technology, the it's all everywhere it is there. And we talk about one recent, I was talking to you about the startup. We develop them, we jointly work with them, and then we deploy those new technologies we bring in from them or with joint innovation. Then we reap the benefits and share it in the industry. One thing is 4 5 years back, we started working with a startup on. I was showing you the pipelines. We have got 4 5 thousand pipelines across the country, and this pipeline is very important, especially in India. A lot of things happen. Petrol, diesel, LPG, and those things are very, very deadly and safety related, fire related, because common people, local people don't understand the fire hazard out of keep pipeline walkers throughout. Every 20 kilometer, one walker will be there across season, rain, night, every time. They are deployed, and we have got a centralized control room where we monitor. We have got a uh, geolocation that we can monitor from where some disturbance come or some vibration. So this is some vibration we come to something is happening there in that area. So if we go and reach, so that is to be problematic because people manually going, somebody putting walkers, pipeline walkers walking across. It's not a very suitable system at all. So we started working with this startup. We have the software management system of the pipelines, entire pipeline infrastructure. So within a distance, somebody is digging or some tractor is moving behind next to the pipeline. Whatever is there, we started getting those alarms in the control room. And those alarms again were further screened into false alarms. Many times it may not be an attempt to theft. Just somebody is digging somewhere outside. So those things again were jointly developed, screened. Then we rolled out as a POC pilot our Bombay Pune Sholapur pipeline, monitored it. So a huge team there is started monitoring, and pipeline workers were asked not to go through the hardships. We reduced that. And then our pipeline management system became so good, so fast. Decision making is to happen. So that we gave him a order worth 2.5 crore to that startup deploy across the pipelines. So he has done, and now he has been getting picked up by other Royal Industry members. He's getting picked up by Gulf, those nations. There's a lot of pipelines are there. So this is one example where we are really innovated on a software management system on the pipeline management. So this is there are many like this of this partnership.
So, to conclude this topic today and this panel discussion, I would just like to quickly come to each one of you and ask your perceptions, your views about the road ahead for driving innovation and efficiency in housing. One by one, sir, if I could start with you, sir. The road ahead and your concluding remarks.
Uh, again, as Robert Frost says, miles to go and promises to keep. So as Pooja told that we have to see a road ahead, what the future is in store for us. As all of us know that the PMAOE guideline is very, very clear, housing for all. And that is the spirit behind this philosophy of the entire project we are executing. And private public partnership is not new, but it is constantly being renewed in its approach, in its strategies, in its collaborations. But we also keep an organic pace with the change in time and technology. They also do that. So it is always a win-win situation. My only concern is that if we cannot evolve a proper policy framework by taking all the stakeholders' views and concerns, then the policy will eventually fail. So if we think that affordable housing can be possible through this model, which have been successful in our state, maybe in other states also it might have been successful. In other departments it might have been successful as well. So why not? Why not bank up on this and take this model ahead and put all the different all innovations, whatever we have, best practices we listen from other people, we can always execute that. There could be more cases. There could be some impossible things which cannot be executed. There is always a plan B. Always we can do that. Our ultimate aim is that we have to provide the houses. Poorest of the poor has to get the shelter. That's why I started in my speech in the beginning what Matthew Desmond says that housing is dignity, housing is stability. Housing is the only thing if you do not have a shelter, the entire ecology of life fails. You cannot do that. So this is what I feel that if we have this in mind that हाँ हमको घर बनाना है, then बना सकते हैं आप. There could be challenges. There could be many challenges. Every day we face the challenges. We all officers face challenges. वही होना चाहिए. लास्ट एक लाइन में बोल दूंगा. मैं उठना चाहता हूँ. मैं उड़ना चाहता हूँ. मैं दौड़ना चाहता हूँ. मैं कितना भी चाहता हूँ. लेकिन मैं रुकना नहीं चाहता. I want to fly. I want to run. I can fly now. I will not stop. Keep on trying. Thank you.
Sir, I would list one more. Sir, one any views on the road ahead and your closing remarks. So, so Kushal sir, you want to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I was just saying that during the lunchtime, Prime Minister was talking form, perform, transform. That will only happen when there is a partnership, collaborate, take with each other's the plus point, the strengths, and in various aspects, various areas apart from housing, infrastructure, renewable energy integration, financing support, sustainable development, every huge possibilities there. Collaboration, working together, creating an innovation, performing into new heights.
Thank you so much. Thank you, our esteemed panelists and our wonderful audience. I would like to ask our anchor to kindly take it over now. Thank you.
Well, I think it was really a fabulous and a very interactive panel discussion, and I think we can also use round of applause for this. Come on. Well, thank you. And of course, I'll moving forward, I'll call upon and request Mr. Parikshit Sanjay Rao, Additional Commissioner of Urban Development and Housing Department, Government of Madhya Pradesh, to come on board and felicitate our entire panelists along with moderator. Thank you, sir, for joining in. A very power-packed discussion, I must say, and yeah, not many questions to be answered, but they'll be here with for a while, and of course, we can always get interactive. We have another fabulous panel once again coming up. Let's discuss more on housing and infra development and how we can help it to help our economy. Well, requesting and calling upon Mr. Milind Pandurang Shambarkar to please join us on center stage and accept the memento. A very huge round of applause for Dr. Partha Mishra, and of course calling upon Milind Pandurang Shambarkar, Chief Officer at Mumbai Building Repairs and Reconstruction, Government of Maharashtra. Please accept the memento. Thank you so much for giving your time and your valuable input. Requesting Shri Sandeep Deshmukh, Secretary, Slum Rehabilitation Authority, Government of Maharashtra, to accept the memento. Fabulous and incredible insights, sir. Thank you so much for being here. Requesting Kushal Banerjee, Chief General Manager, Hindustan Petroleum Corporation Limited. Thank you so much once again for joining in. Parikshit sir, I'll request you to please join us on stage to felicitate the moderator, Pooja Banerjee, Senior Assistant Editor, eGov. A huge round of applause for her for leading this panel discussion. I'll request all the panelists along with the moderators join us at the center along with the mementos and magazine. I think before we move towards conclusion, right, we can have a huge round of applause. Come on, that also keeps us activated and energized throughout. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you, Pooja Banerjee, for heading such a powerful discussion out here. Well, we know we have all come here for an insightful day today. Let's talk more about the next topic. So, housing and infra development are the cornerstones of a thriving economy like us. However, definitely the success of these projects depends just not only on the construction but also the financial frameworks that support them. Come on, let us put more guidelines and highlight the entire thing. How it sees bank provide accessible, affordable financing options for home buyers, contributing to the housing sector growth in total. Role, of course, of financial institution is mobilizing private investments for large-scale infrastructure projects. But let us know more on that detail. We have industry experts coming on board talking on it. Firstly, I'll call upon the panelists, one by one, leaders and industry experts joining today from their very busy schedule out here, requesting and calling upon Parikshit Sanjay Rao, Additional Commissioner, Urban Development and Housing Department, Government of Madhya Pradesh, to join the stage. Thank you so much. And the leader coming up on stage is Anil Wankere, Deputy CEO, Maharashtra Housing and Area Development Authority, Government of Maharashtra. Along with Ajay Pawar, Finance Controller, Maharashtra Housing and Area Development Authority, Government of Maharashtra, and of course, Rajiv Johnson, Vertical Head, Awas Financial Limited. A huge round of applause for Rajiv as well. And yes, that's not all. We have a very talented gentleman heading the moderating this session, Anush Sharma, lead strategic partnerships, eGov magazine, Elets Technomedia. Can we have a huge round of applause for him as well? Come on.
Right. Thank you, Shweta, for a wonderful, lovely. All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.